And we're going to call tonight's meeting to order. Can I start with an approval of tonight's agenda? A motion, please. Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Stevens, questions or comments? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Was there any disclosures of direct or indirect pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none. We do have a closed meeting of council. There's a recommendation in the agenda that a closed meeting of council be held pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act for purposes considering the following subject matters. 4.1 is the closed council minutes from April 3rd, and we also are dealing with the Ontario Senior of the Year nominee, which is CAO Report 2023-006. It's personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Can I have a motion to go into closed session, please? Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor McIntosh. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. To the gallery, we will just be doing a closed session, which will just be a couple of moments.
Good evening, everyone. We are going to call this meeting back to order for our open session. We're going to begin with the singing of our national anthem. So for everyone who's able, I'd ask you to please rise.
O Canada, a home and native land. O Canada, a home and native land. True patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada.
Thank you, everyone.
We would like
Somebody else. Nice.
good.
We got somebody here.
Good. Oh, that's better.
No.
No.
Lisa, for those of us on video, you're on mute.
No. Councillor Sherwood's not nodding at me. Oh, there we go.
Now you're good.
Now
Sorry
we're
to
good.
interrupt.
Okay. No, thank you for that. We good, Mona? Yes. Okay. I'll just reread the announcements by the chair for anybody who missed them. So tonight's meeting is being aired on public television and streamed live and maybe taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public who's connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. I just wanted to draw your attention that all members of council tonight are wearing a green ribbon. So our members of staff who are here tonight, it's because April is Be a Donor Month. So we are all in full support of that and would ask that you would visit beadonor.com to register to be an organ donor. We are going to start with Rise and Report. There's a recommendation that the minutes of the 2023 April 3rd closed council meetings be approved and that the confidential report CAO-2023-006 Ontario Senior of the Year nominee be received and that staff proceed as directed. Can I have a motion coming out of our close, please? Councillor Stevens and Councillor McIntosh. Any questions or comments? And I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The recommendation for item 10 is that the minutes of the following council meetings be approved, which is from April 3rd as well, the council meeting minutes. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Any questions or comments on the minutes? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Tonight we have a lot of presentations and delegations, so I'm going to remind everybody in the gallery that if you are presenting, to keep your presentations to a 10-minute minimum, and for any of the residents who are delegating, it is a 5-minute maximum, please. So I will start with item 11.1, which is inviting Kathleen Wynne up to the podium for an overview of Bill 5. Welcome up, Ms. Wynne, and if you can just turn on the mic, and it should be ready for you.
Okay, you can hear me? Great, thank you. Thank you very much for having me, Your Worship and councillors. Really appreciate being here. I'm very happy to address council tonight. Although I've lived my adult life in Toronto, I now live in Alliston, and full disclosure, my daughter and son-in-law and 3 of my grandchildren live in Orangeville. So I'm in Orangeville a lot. So let me begin by thanking all of you for the work that you do to serve your community. I've served as a public school trustee, as an MPP, and as premier, and I know that you spend countless hours serving your constituents and doing your utmost to make your community a better place to live. So thank you very much for that. I'm here on behalf of a group of women, a group called Women of Ontario Say No, concerned about behaviors that undermine our civil society, our faith in our democratically elected officials, and therefore our institutions. So I appreciate the opportunity to address you on Bill 5. Bill 5 was put forward by my former colleague, Stephen Blais, who's a member for Orleans in Ottawa. And it is the Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act. And it was prompted by behaviors among councillors in a number of communities. Stephen is from Ottawa, and there were real concerns about some of the behaviors of councillors there, but there have been other councillors, and I mean, in every workplace there are concerns. This is not anything that is relegated just to councillors, but the concern is that there is not enough of an accountability structure in place for elected municipal officials. So it's a simple issue on the face of it, I think. And you have a package that I forwarded to you. The bill has 3 components, primarily. The first is that it would require councillors to comply with the workplace violence and harassment policies of the municipality that they represent, which seems to me like a pretty low bar in 2023. But nonetheless, it is necessary to articulate that. Secondly, it would permit municipalities to direct the Integrity Commissioner to apply to the court to vacate a member's seat for failing to comply with the municipality's workplace violence and harassment policies. So that second issue, the second component, is about putting in place some consequences if those behaviors do not comply with the policies. And it was really that there were no teeth that council had, there were no mechanisms that council had to actually take action when some of these egregious behaviors took place. And then the third component is to restrict councillors whose seat has been vacated from seeking immediate subsequent re-election. Now, I'll just say that I was asked at the last presentation that I made about whether that meant that the councillor could not seek re-election ever. And my understanding is that the point that Stephen Blais was making in the bill was that it was immediate re-election. So it was not a lifetime ban, but that the councillor could not turn around and run in the by-election, essentially. So that's my understanding. I'm doing this because I feel that everyone has a right to a safe workplace. It doesn't matter where you are. And I've presented this is my third council, and I've had at a couple of the others, staff members come out and say, thank you for doing this, that this is something that is necessary. And I believe, having been an elected official for 22 years, that we actually have to hold ourselves to a higher standard than the rest of the population. People look to us, children look to us, and I think that it's incredibly important to our democratic system. I hope that you will support the motion that I believe you have in your package. And I don't know, do you need me to read that motion, or will someone read it?
I can read it out.
You'll read it out. Okay. All right. Then I will not usurp that position. So I'll just say finally, I hope you will support the motion that would basically support the bill and also communicate with the minister and with the premier that you are supporting the bill, and the local MPP and MP. The final thing I want to say is that this is not a partisan ask. I am not here as a Liberal. Whether the legislature passes and enacts Bill 5 from my former colleague, or whether the government decides to take the components of the bill and put them into government legislation, that's really immaterial. The point is that these safeguards need to be put in place. And so that's why I'm here asking you to support this motion and send that message to Queen's Park. And I appreciate your time, and I don't know if there are questions, and thank you again for letting me come.
I appreciate you very much for being here. It looks like I do have some questions from fellow councillors, and I just wanted to say, amongst our council, we've had several conversations about the Integrity Commissioner piece and how it is such an important component, and what is lacking is that accountability piece. So I think that the bill is excellent. Myself and Deputy Mayor sit on County Council, and I was very happy on Thursday that we supported this bill unanimously at County Council. So you should be seeing a copy of that coming shortly. But I will turn it over to my colleagues here for any questions. I'll start with Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree 100% with everything that's been said, and I would like to make the motion. I just add a comment. It's a shame that in this day and age we have to do this. It should be automatic and it should be in place now, but it's a bit late, but it's never too late.
Never too late. Best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago. Second best time is today.
So I'd like to make a motion on this.
Perfect. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And Ms. Wynne, it's a pleasure to see you here, and thank you for bringing this forward. And if I may, I always am so impressed. We've had former municipal members of council come back and present to us when their time in council is done, and to see someone who's served as long as you have and still be active, it shows how much you care. And as someone who's sitting up here, I admire that greatly. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
As a sidebar to this, I fully support this. And again, the mayor has said we already passed this at county council, so it'll be this council that's doing this. I wish that this was even further than what you're describing, because what you're describing here is our behavior, but there's also something else out there, and it's the public behavior. And there's another piece that's happening, and it's happening to people who are sitting up here, and that is the harassment that we receive and the treatment that we receive. And if people would say, well, that's fine, you're paid to be up there. We are, and that's fine. I guess we take it as part of what we do. But when you're threatened physically or given the opportunity to think that people might be showing up at your home and you live in a small town, it's not a great thing. So I would say to you, and if I may, I don't want to go on too long, but I've known the mayor for quite some time, and we sat in this room, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, and this individual stood up and asked the entire council to resign at that time. And it was because of behavior that was happening in here. And I think many of us are sitting up here because we were inspired, because we thought we could do a better job ourselves. And so you really haven't seen that behavior with this group. It's a pretty cohesive group of folks. But the sad thing is, and I agree with you, Councillor McIntosh, this is something that needs to come forward. So again, I'll be supporting it. And I just wanted to applaud your efforts and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. And if I can just say in response to that I completely agree with you. I mean, there are behaviors, as I said, not just in workplaces, but in our society that are unacceptable. But I think one of the things we can do is we can take control of our own settings and as I said, set that example. And without that, we don't have the moral authority actually to be talking to other people. So there's lots of work to be done. We just start with this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And Ms. Wynne, it is so nice to see you again, and we are
Pleasure.
really fortunate to have you in our presence. Well spoken, Deputy Mayor Taylor, about exactly how all of us feel. You know, we keep ourselves, we got into this because we wanted to, of course, give back, but we also hold ourselves to a very high standard. And I wish that some of our members of our community would also respect that too as well. I firmly believe and endorse this. And, you know, we as a council look at the code of conduct that exists within this organization. And in fact, in my opinion, this is our endorsement to follow that to a T. And this just takes it to a different level. And I certainly hope that it is embraced by other municipalities across this province.
Thank you, Councillor.
Was there any additional questions from members of council or comments? Councillor Sherwood online, are you good? Okay. For the sake of, Deputy Mayor? Yes, absolutely. I'll just read the motion for the public. Whereas Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders, Act 2022 was introduced in the Ontario Legislature by MPP Stephen Blaise through a private member's bill on August 10th, 2022. Whereas the town of Orangeville and council are committed to demonstrating good governance and greater accountability to its code of conduct and workplace policies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Orangeville Council endorse Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act 2022, which would require the code of conduct for municipal councillors and members of local boards to include a requirement to comply with workplace violence and harassment policies, and permit municipalities to direct the Integrity Commissioner to apply to the court to vacate a member's seat if the Commissioner's inquiry determines that the member has contravened this requirement. And number 2, that Orangeville Council expresses its support for Bill 5 by directing the Town of Orangeville clerk to send this motion to the Premier of Ontario, the Ontario Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the local members of Parliament, the local members of provincial parliament, the Big City Mayors Caucus, the large Urban Mayors Caucus of Ontario, the small urban GTHA mayors, as well as Dufferin County municipalities. So we've got it moved by Councillor McIntosh and seconded by Deputy Mayor. Was there any final questions or comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Wynne.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Take care. Up next, 11.2, we have Matthew Melchior from Primacare. Come on up. Yeah, sure. That's okay. If you can just turn on your mic there as well. There should be a speak button maybe on the right-hand side. There you go. Perfect.
Does that work now?
Yep. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Mic's loading up. Good evening. My name is Matthew Melchior. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. As was noted, my name is Matthew Melchior, and I want to thank the town and members of council for allowing me the opportunity to appear this evening. In speaking with Mayor Post, it was suggested that council be updated publicly as a whole regarding the Headwaters Senior Village campus that's been previously proposed. The originating of this campus started way back on March 9, 2020, when we had the honor of appearing before council seeking the support for an application to the Ministry of Long-Term Care. And we thank the town and other partners for their support. We made a presentation on July 12, 2021, with updates and more specifically in dealing with the Headwaters piece. Respectfully, we will try our very best.
Pause you for just 1 sec. Can we get the presentation up for council as well?
Sorry.
Sorry. Again, it's the day of technical issues, it seems. So just be patient with us, please, for a moment.
Not a problem. Yeah.
There we go. Now council can see it. Back to you, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go as quick as possible in the case of preserving time, and if there's questions, we can ask at the end. So next slide, please. Let me introduce Primacare. We're a family-owned business that specializes in developing forward-focused seniors housing communities. We operate multiple long-term care facilities for our own account and for others. Our current bed count is greater than 600 units, and we are proposing multiple campuses of care to come in multiple jurisdictions. Primacare is a believer in innovation. We are an early adopter of the butterfly emotion-based care philosophy. We've partnered with an organization out of the UK called Meaningful Care Matters to do that. We've also partnered with Baycrest and Western University for virtual reality therapy to assist those with mild or moderate dementia. We believe in quality. Primacare was accredited by the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario for a Best Practice Spotlight Award. Actually, just that came down last month. It's a project that's been going on for 3 years. Primacare has been awarded a 192-bed license to serve the seniors of Orangeville and Dufferin County. These were issues that were brought forward to council in our original presentation, and we want to now address the next point, please, which is what's happened since we've met. Immediately following the July 21 council approval to negotiate with Primacare, we quickly assembled our team to work to make the project a reality. Engaged firms such as Mr. Sajecki's firm beside me and others. We initiated meetings with planning staff, and we began working on financial models. The project was getting some momentum. Ministry of Long-Term Care and the Capital Redevelopment Committee of the Ontario Long-Term Care Association, of which I'm a member, were collaborating to address program shortfalls, and then it hit, COVID. COVID was very hard for everybody, but specifically and particularly difficult for the long-term care sector. All the participants in the long-term care sector, including Primacare, pretty much parked any development plan that they were working on and directed our energies rightly and appropriately to caring for seniors. I take this moment to thank all caregivers across the province and across the nation for their selfless dedication and amazing work. From their hard work, COVID now, thank God, is in a much more manageable state. It's in a new phase. So where does that put us? Next slide, please. The stakeholders have all returned their attention to the province-wide initiative of rebuilding the long-term care sector. The Ministry of Long-Term Care has made programmatic revisions in the face of a raising bank rate of 400 basis points or 4%, soaring construction costs, supply chain bottlenecks, and everything else that everybody's seen too much of on the news. In the face of this, they reconfirmed their commitment by modifying the funding and then made an announcement in December for SAME, which has kickstarted the redevelopment program. I know one of our colleagues, the Jarlett family, is rebuilding Avalon here in the great city of Orangeville, and I think that's a great thing. They're good people. There have also been other programmatic changes. There's been initiatives addressing labor shortage, which aligns with our stakeholder partner, Georgian College. During the pandemic, myself and Brenda Berman maintained a continuing communication as the college was and remains interested in pursuing the educational elements that could come out of a campus. Kevin Weaver, who supported the original application at the onset, has now ascended to the president of Georgian College and has been made mindful of the dialogue that Brenda and myself have had. And Georgian College remains supportive of the living classroom, but more significantly remains interested in exploring a more robust presence at a Headwaters Seniors campus. Next slide, please. So the opportunity here is to revisit a fully integrated, intergenerational, forward-looking seniors campus. 192 long-term care bed facility would anchor that campus. It would be integrated by the inclusion of educational elements, geriatric medical clinics, affordable and accessible senior housing options, and the seniors housing options themselves would take a variety of forms. The campus would be intergenerational, It'd be intergenerational by the presence of Georgian on site. Secondly, it would be intergenerational by virtue of the fact that a children's daycare would be integrated into the development to assist not only those who work with the campus, but to allow co-programming with the children and the seniors, something we've done at other locations with great success. Modern campuses embrace the evidence that wellness of seniors is improved through the provision of an entire consortium of housing types. So that is the essence of the campus, and the coordination with local partners will allow us to provide care closer to home and move outside of the institutional model. Next slide, please. The first question most people will probably ask is, what is a butterfly model? It is a shift from a checklist style institutional care to emotion-based care. It is a model designed to elicit positive feelings and meaningful engagement. It is marked by staff engaging and interacting with residents to create home-like environments. Its vibrant colors, its households, its positive memories, respecting the emotional intelligence of seniors, and it's an inclusive environment. So what does that look like? Next slide, please. A butterfly transformation is a transformation from beige and clean, neat, predictable, to vitality. Next slide, please. Light-filled spaces, warm, home-like environments, celebrating life. Next slide, please. Personalizing your space, not just another place in an institution. The pictures here in this presentation here, the before and after, come from our facility, Henley House, which is in St. Catharines, pre and post retrofit of a 15-year-old residence. What we speak to today is a butterfly campus, which will include and will have these features designed in from the start, with the long-term care being the anchor to the campus. Next slide, please. How do we make this vision a reality? We apply evidence-based visioning principles, such as the National Seniors Housing Strategy, which speaks to key ideas such as the promotion of independence, healthy and engaged lives, the promotion of care closer to home, and supporting caregivers, the backbone of the seniors care world. Next slide, please. We also will use as guiding principles Orangeville's own age-friendly community principles. One, to promote engagement and connectivity to reduce social isolation. Critical mass of seniors will be congregative, therefore they'll have better access to services and in a better way to deliver them. We'll strengthen accessibility. As said earlier, we'll bring intergenerational elements. We'll use programming that uses age-friendly awareness and support to enrich the lives, not only of the old, but the young as well. And the most important part here is that we will respect seniors and seek relevance and participation in our endeavors. Next slide, please. The CMHC has defined the various types of seniors accommodation. We provide this slide here to demonstrate the spectrum of seniors housing seniors housing offerings. It basically demonstrates that seniors are each unique and at different stages on the spectrum. And in many cases, couples live together but age at a different trajectory. And the idea of providing these various housing types on one campus allows couples to live together and support each other and celebrate life together. Principles that are very important for a complete community and, most importantly, are very humane. At this point in time, I'd like to pass over to my colleague, Mr. Ed Sajecki of Sajecki Planning, the microphone to discuss the planning principles of the campus. Ed?
Thank you very much, Matthew. I want to start off by saying how pleased we are to be here this evening and how excited I am actually to talk about the Headwaters Village Campus of Care. I know some of the people in this room because I had the privilege of actually working with Heather Savage and working with Jennifer Innes, because almost 2 years ago to the day, I started as the interim chief planner for the town of Caledon. And what I remember about my first committee meeting is a study had just been released dealing with the aging population and dealing with issues of long-term care and so forth going forward. So it's really great to be here to talk about the opportunities that this campus of care presents. You'll see some hexagons up there, which I'm going to show in a moment. But these hexagons really speak to the principles that Matthew was talking about, and to the principles that you yourself have talked about as you move forward in dealing with seniors care and seniors villages. Next slide, please. So this is the plan which has been submitted to you, and it really does speak to a fully integrated campus of care. Next slide. So what we've done is taken the hexagons that you can see about seniors-friendly housing and independent supportive living and assisted living, seniors apartments, long-term care, and I want to emphasize the education and medicine. Matthew previously said that we are working closely with Georgian College, and we're also working with the Headwaters Hospital to be part of this campus. Next slide, please. Again, the Headwaters Seniors Village Campus of Care demonstrates multiple elements that support the visioning principles that you can see up above. Number one is the Butterfly Home, 192 long-term care beds that would anchor the campus, and that would include 16 Indigenous culturally sensitive beds as well. A health hub and space designated to bring care closer to seniors. As Matthew stated earlier, we previously had discussions with Headwaters Hospital, and don't want to really overstate their presence, but only to emphasize that the Hills of Headwaters Collaborative Ontario Health Team has supported our original application, and the president of the hospital, who's also co-president of the Ontario Health Team, has indicated in the past a desire to collaborate. We do have the confirmed support of Georgian College for a living classroom, and we continue to dialogue for a greater presence on the campus. Finally, I just again reiterate that we've included suggestions for respectful representation for Indigenous elements to be part of the campus of care. Could we have the next slide? So this is just some examples of other campuses of care. This is in the United States, just outside of Chicago. And again, it demonstrates how these campuses of care are really dealing with, interdependency among the various aspects that go into a campus of care and reflect the principles that Matthew was speaking of. The next slide, please. This is showing the same campus in terms of just its layout, and this is built and is working very, very well. Could we go to the next slide? Oh, okay, sorry. So the second one I wanted to speak about is much closer to home. This is the Simcoe Manor development in Beaton, about 45 minutes away. It's an evolution of the 28-acre campus of Georgian Manor, which is in Penetanguishene, that already exists. So Simcoe County is actually now closing the construction tender for this, and so this is moving forward. The next slide, please. And here's another prototype, actually. It's the Schlegel prototype in Kitchener-Waterloo. We're presenting this as it demonstrates the Research Institute for Aging being part of the phased campus. Next slide. Get it up there. Yeah, so here's another one, which is just to the south of us. This has just received approval in the city of Brampton. Again, following the campus idea. So they have retirement suites being in addition to an LTC village concept. And I've got a final slide that I want to just chat about briefly. So the town of Blue Mountains just earlier this month received a zoning order for a 20-acre campus to be built. This is the first, what's called a CHIA. It's a community infrastructure housing accelerator, which was put in place by the province, I believe, on April the 3rd. And again, it's a campus of care. You can see the quote from the mayor of the town of Blue Mountains. The approval will help expedite the campus of care project to add 160 long-term care beds to our community. This is a central component to the creation of a micro-community on a multi-generational campus. You can read the rest of that because we will leave these slides with you. But I guess the point I'm really emphasizing is that moving toward complete campus of care is happening in many cases now across the province and certainly in the United States, given the examples that we just showed you. And I'm going to turn it back to Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed, and thank you, Council. I know we've plowed through a lot of information very quickly in the spirit of preserving time, and we'll be happy to answer questions. And as Ed said, we will be leaving back slides for Council should there be any further questions at a later date. Really, at the end of the day, we come forward here to provide the update, to suggest to Council that this is a great opportunity for the Headwaters Senior Village to become a forward, integrated, intergenerational seniors village. Our ask, very simply, is for the town to recognize the social purpose the Honorable Lands can provide. We ask that the town continue the previously granted mandate to negotiate with us to sell the lands at fair market value. We're not looking for a discount. We're not looking to be any sort of bargain purchase or anything of that like. And we ask the town to continue to collaborate with leadership and support the vision that we're trying to bring here. I'd like to conclude with the quotation that we provided originally because I think it's quite meaningful. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, stated, quote, "A society for all ages is multi-generational. It is not fragmented with youth, adults, and older persons going separate ways. Rather, it is age-inclusive with different generations recognizing and acting upon their common interests." Our hope for this campus is to embody those very principles. I thank you very much. And again, I apologize for being so hasty in the presentation.
No, thank you so much, Matthew. I will turn it over to Council for questions. So Deputy Mayor, followed by Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation tonight, and thank you for being here, gentlemen. I guess a statement and then a question for you, and that is, I would call our community open for business. Orangeville is wanting to invest in businesses. We want businesses to come here. We want to expand our community and offer things to the people that is needed. And what you're describing is needed. My concern is the land that we have, we don't have a lot of land here. So we need to make the right decisions, or there's severe consequences for us because we're out of land. And if I had to be honest, you mentioned the last time you were here, prior to COVID. COVID happened, and yes, it was a difficult time, and your business would have been under siege for sure. Nonetheless, our town contacted you numerous times. We didn't hear anything from you, not a respond to an email, nothing. So now you're back. I'm glad you're back, but it doesn't give me great confidence in a relationship. Like, a relationship is a two-way street. You're here in front of the public, you're talking to council. Make me feel better about that. Where did you go? What is your plan?
Matthew, I'll turn it to you. Yeah.
Your Worship. We did have communication with former members of council and the former mayor describing the process that was ongoing pre-COVID, pre the COVID period. During the COVID period, I have no compunction whatsoever to say communicating with anybody but taking care of our residents was not on the agenda list. We were under siege. It was a war, and the battle scars of that war are still being felt. I can say that communication could have been better. I will happily put my hand up and fall on that sword. but my responsibility is to my residents first and foremost. And as a result of that, I apologize if in any way, shape, or form that was taken as a slight. That wasn't our intention. But I have to return to the basic principle. I have to take care of residents. I have to take care of seniors. This is a very, very big responsibility. And if any sector was impacted by COVID, I would suggest that the long-term care sector was the one that was hitting the knees hardest. So I apologize, Councillor. But as I said, there was communication with certain previous representatives of the town. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. If that communication was not robust enough, I apologize in that regard. But timing with COVID kicked us hard in the shins.
Thank you. Yeah, Deputy Mayor, follow up.
Thank you for that. Can you describe to me, and you decide how deep you want to go. Part of it you'd probably say is not my business, but this is an $80 million investment that you're making in the community. Where is your funding coming from?
We self-fund.
You're totally self-funded, so you don't have any issues with bringing this capital project to life?
Through you, Your Worship, with regards to the long-term care piece, we have our own equities to go forward with that, and we have relationships with financiers who are prepared to finance and proceed forward with the long-term care. With the other elements, I don't know the nature of them yet. For example, in the discussions with Georgian College, it's not determined whether they would own the building, we would own the building, how the building would be constructed, how much space they would take. These are early days in connection with that. In connection with the single-family senior-style housing that you see in these various pieces, they ultimately would be owned by the occupants. If they're not owned, they'll rent it. If they're rented, we can finance them. If they're going to be owned by the seniors themselves, we would prepare a program not dissimilar to the program we're doing right now in Shelburne, where we're building some townhouses. We have the capacity in our business. We have two halves of our business, a real estate business and a care business, a seniors business. So we have the capacity on our own book to do our own work.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Mr. McClure, and the rest of your team here. Nice to see you again. It's been some time, and again, I also agree with the Deputy Mayor on some of the comments. But having said that, I also sympathize with the tsunami that you had in the long-term care sector. It really was hard on a lot of people, including, personally, and some of us on council who had family members in long-term care facilities, especially during the height of COVID. Having said that, I'm also, as I have been on record, intrigued by the partnership that you have struck with Georgian. My background is in post-secondary education. One of the things that's very important is to address opportunities for learning. And the butterfly model here and the partnership that you've spoken about with Georgian is very important. That is also a leverage point too as well. And I know that the public sector, I should say the post-secondary sector, is having to look forward to partnerships as well to move some of their academic agendas forward, but is also the financial commitment. And the one that you've spoken about, I appreciate the clarity. One of the reports that we have a little later on in our council tonight is in fact talking about water. And as much as this is not necessarily an issue, it potentially could be. And I think that we're going to be looking at this particular report a little bit later. But you referenced 192 beds, and there, of course, there's going to be other activities at that site. And I think that as we move along with dialogue, we'll need to have further clarity on exactly what the needs will be in that area geographically. And at this point, that's all I have, Your Worship, but I thought it was important to at least express that.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. And I think probably the best way to proceed from here would be with a motion that would ask town staff to enter into some of those discussions to talk about the feasibility and those kinds of things. So if we're interested in moving forward, that would be my recommendation. We do still have some other questions. I'm going to start with Councillor Sherwood, then Councillor McIntosh, and then Councillor Prendergast. Councillor Sherwood is joining us virtually, so she's on the screen. Go ahead, Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I do echo what my fellow councillor has said, that it just seemed that you disappeared. So it's nice to see you back here tonight. It seems that the ask seems to get this rolling. The ask seems to be that you have to tell us again, remind us how much acreage you're looking for, and that we would be asking and directing staff to get market value on that, so that you can make us an offer and get this rolling. And if that's the case, if you're looking for that tonight, I'm sure council will gladly put a motion through. I would definitely put a motion through to direct staff to do that. Is that your intention? Let's get this land valuated. You tell us how much you want, and what timeline do you think that you could actually get shovels in the ground?
So to answer all of the portions you brought forward, in the past, we had approached the town for the entire parcel. The dialogue that we had at last step pre-COVID was the ability to procure 50% of those lands. With regards to getting any form of appraisal or valuation model to get shovels in the ground. In the past, there was an appraisal being drafted that I don't believe was finalized, or perhaps it was, I'm not sure. But that was done by Blake Matlock here in town. And that can be used as an initial piece if it's going to be updated or peer reviewed or a second appraisal. Those are the sort of things that I would suspect that you would direct us to have dialogue with staff with. With regards to getting shovels in the ground, it won't happen in a day. Nothing with the Ministry of Long-Term Care happens in a day. Part of the process here will be the planning process, which we did initiate with members of the town staff, with Brandon and Larissa. That process did not proceed, but would have to be revisited. And I'm not sure what the receptivity to a CHIA or any other measure would be or would not be. In the past, it wasn't. And finally, the last piece to all of this is that when we do get said approvals, the ministry has to approve our plans, then we go in the ground. If you asked me for an estimate of time, I don't believe that could happen before 12 months.
Just to follow up, Your Worship. So this evening, you are willing to commit that if we were get evaluation on those lands, you're willing to commit to go forward with this project sooner rather than later? Because it seems that other communities, all of a sudden you've announced about other communities having these, and I wondered if we were put on the back burner for those new communities. So I want to know that we're being brought up back up to the forefront if we get this initiated.
Matthew?
Mayor Rebut? Yes, I don't believe it's fair to characterize the community being on the back burner. My colleagues that I mentioned earlier on in the process, the Jarlett family who's rebuilding Avalon, has had their award for a considerable period of time and is only moving now. Second point is, with regards to the town of Blue Mountains, they took a proactive approach and rezoned their land in advance of matters to expedite things. If the town would see fit to do the same, we think that's a positive thing. With regards to the Schlegel lands, I believe that the Schlegels had their campus approach long in advance, and I think it's rather relevant to note that in the case of the Schlegel facility that we spoke to, the long-term care is already in place. They're building the other portions that don't require some of the approvals that take the time through the Ministry of Long-Term Care. And finally, in the case of Simcoe Manor, when I came to present to you the first time, Simcoe Manor was well along the path and it stopped dead. It's only now, post-COVID and post the ministry coming back in the game, that they're going forward. So I respectfully suggest that any characterization of Orangeville being left behind or us being leaving or contributing to Orangeville being left behind is unfair. It's not representative of everybody else.
And again, I think that if we're wanting to move this forward, the best course of action at this point, and I know that there's still questions, would be to direct staff to do a full report back to council, which would include discussions about lot sizes that would be required, appraisal, water capacity, planning components. There would be a lot of elements, not just simply the appraisal, Councillor Sherwood, that I think would need to come back in order to ensure that it's a good mutually beneficial agreement for all sides. And then staff can bring back a recommendation that would be fulsome, and council could make an appropriate decision at that time. So I think that would be the appropriate motion, and I hope Carolina is kind of jotting down notes as I say that, but I'll turn it over to Councillor McIntosh first.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Deputy Mayor made reference earlier on about the lack of land that we actually have left. I can't think of a better thing to use the rest of the land on, to be honest. This is something the town needs. I was here 3 years ago when we talked about it. It was a great idea then, and it's a great idea now. And I would like to see us do anything we can to move it along. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McIntosh. Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this sounds like a fantastic plan. I have some trepidations about another private long-term care facility in town. We have a publicly owned Dufferin Oaks facility. And I'm wondering if there was ever any consideration for publicly owned long-term care in town as an offshoot of that. And in addition to that, what would the criteria be for affordable senior housing in this facility? Because as it stands right now, yes, we need housing for seniors, but what is available is not affordable. And this $80 million facility, though it sounds lovely, I don't know if it's going to price out people that currently reside in town. Thank you.
I would share those concerns, Councillor Prendergast. Matthew, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. First of all, long-term care is in itself publicly subsidized housing, so therefore classifies as affordable housing. The rates for rooms are regulated by the province and not artificially moved at the whim of any owner, whether they're public or private. Next point is that long-term care in private ownership and public ownership has very similar outcomes by way of much data that's published. Next point, in connection with the other forms of housing, we will undertake to explore any forms of affordability we can, because at the end of the day, as I responded to Councillor Taylor, much of this is going to be on our own book. We have to satisfy our banks. Our banks generally ask for a CMHC certificate, and a CMHC certificate includes an affordable portion. So even if we were to sit here and say, yeah, we'll promise you the world and not come through, we're controlled.
Councillor Prendergast, do you have follow-up, or is that okay?
No, thank you.
Okay. One question that I do have, and then I'll turn it back over to Deputy Mayor. You had spoken about different mixes of housing and different styles of units, including some that were assisted living and some that were single family. Can you talk about what those numbers would look like and how many you would typically put onto a campus? I know you talked about 192 long-term care beds, but I also know that there's a lot of seniors that have no desire to do long-term care and would like to have the option to be able to comfortably age in place. And I think that some of the other housing options that you're suggesting would be really great for that, again, if they're affordable and depending on the number of units.
Yes, through you, Mayor. A couple points. First point is that the 192 beds is fixed. We have an award from the province for 192 beds, so that's sort of a fixed element. With regards to the other housing types, we have a canvas at this point in time. The size of that canvas is unknown. If we have half the lands, that's one canvas. If we have the entire parcel, that's a second canvas. We ideally would like to see a spectrum of housing. One of the slides we put up was a CMHC slide demonstrating the benefit of a complete campus, including multiple elements. Our hope is to have a companion building, and it's a hope at this point. I mean, we're going to have to talk to Brandon and Larissa to make sure that we're making all the planning things work properly. We're going to have to work with the land we got to see what we can put up there. To answer the number question directly, because I'm not trying to sidestep it, the vertical stuff that would be significantly consistent in height and massing to the long-term care facility would probably see somewhere between somewhere around 150 units of vertical housing. That would be the aspiration. It may come in phases, again, depending on the quantity of land. You're asking me to answer a question in a little bit of a vacuum. We would like to put as much bungalow-style, low-rise, seniors-friendly housing, active housing. Active seniors communities are popular throughout the province and provide a great opportunity, but they do take more land. So again, I'm not trying to sidestep the numbers, but it's a function of the quantity of land that we can work with, and we will happily present a plan to staff and ultimately to the council as to what we would propose and work to develop it. As Councillor Taylor rightly said, the long-term care is $80 million. That is correct. It is plus minus $400,000 a bed to build a long-term care bed in the province of Ontario. The other stuff is a function of what we do, how much land we got. It's a second investment and will come in phases. You can't do this in one swath, one fall swoop. It won't happen that way. I would be misrepresenting if I suggested to you that we would, for those old enough to remember, do the Elizabeth Montgomery wiggle our nose and say that it's going to happen. It's not going to happen that fast.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm just curious, in terms of your business and the way the model goes, what would you say the three largest challenges are to your business model?
First challenge, from the perspective of getting a long-term care build, the first challenge is the approvals necessary. It is a cumbersome process. We've done it multiple times in the past. The province is trying their very best to expedite things. In the past, there was a halo moment when a number of people in the Ministry of Housing actually shifted over to the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care then. This was some 20 years ago. And that was absolutely terrific because it provided a number of people who were well-educated on PPP partnerships to represent the government and get the process flowing. The ministry right now is trying to build that team. They've brought some very good people and competent people online, but they don't have that same squad. So that's number one. Number two, labor. The ability for us to procure people to work in long-term care, which is a tough business. And I can't emphasize to council here and to the public at large how scarred people were working in long-term care coming out of COVID. The media reports are correct. There's been an exodus. The media reports are similarly correct that there's been investment directed by the province to try and embrace the challenges. The media is further correct in saying that there's been foreign caregivers coming in, and that feeds greatly into what Georgian does here in Orangeville, making sure that the qualifications of foreign trained practitioners are up to Canadian standards so that they can operate. So point number two is labor. I know I'm going on here, so I want to make sure I stay to the point. And the third point is it's a tough business. It's a tough business. The benefit here with a campus, as opposed to a standalone building, is that you have a breadth of offerings. And the breadth of offerings are exciting because the intergenerational aspects of this campus are why you're involved with seniors business. You know that you can improve the lives of seniors with the right mix of product. The response I said earlier about a differing aging trajectory, I am sure many people in this room have had one of their parents age at a different trajectory to their other parent. And I am sure it broke hearts when those parents were separated, broke hearts in my own household. And if you have an environment where you can have various housing types, that's really cool. That makes it work. And I think I directed that. If I didn't, Councillor, I apologize. Or Deputy Mayor, excuse me. I apologize, and I'm happy to clarify something I didn't clarify.
That's okay. I greatly appreciate the way you laid that out, and I was so glad that you mentioned labor. When I read through a lot of your businesses, not your businesses personally, but your business field, labor is the issue. And when you Google your business, that's what people are talking about, is the labor and the ability within the homes to have people that are there. So I guess my hope would be that in this facility, there would be the adequate labor to look after the people that are in that facility. And it sounds like you're you're saying that that would be the case. Is that?
Yes, we would. Well, I want to, if I can rebut 2 points to that. First of which is, yes, we have to have adequate labor. We're regulated, and we have specific quantity of care per day per resident that has to be supported by labor. So that is labor that we have to recruit, whether it's labor that's here or people that move to the community. It has to be presented, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The second thing that I think is very important, or there's two more points. The second thing is important is the fact that if we work with the college, we inherently will create people who are qualified to work in these environments, which is a win-win. Not only do they support the college, but they also live domestically here in the town. And the final point that I think is important with regards to labor is that the key to quality seniors care is, unfortunately, the unpaid caregiver, the spouse, the daughter, the son, most importantly, the spouse, particularly for those who are more able-bodied, when I talk about that twin trajectory of aging. And a campus, and this is why I would urge the town to consider more land than less, a campus is improved by seniors helping seniors. Part of that ageism that I referred to in my remarks is seniors being prejudiced that they're not capable of doing things. That's so untrue. Seniors are a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of capacity. Don't ask someone to lift 100-pound boxes, but for someone to spend time with someone else and improve their quality of life is a massive issue. And if a nurse, a PSW, an RPN can't get there for a minute because they're dealing with somebody else, the fact that you have the loved one close by helping and improving the quality of life of that individual pays dividends beyond that, beyond imagination.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, final wrap up.
Yeah, just if I could, one last comment, and that is in business, you know, it's about a business plan and how that business plan comes together. And when someone's going to come to your community and offer to invest the amount of money that you're investing, my ears are perked up. So I mean no disrespect. My feeling is business is also about relationships. And I don't feel good about where we're sitting here now, which is why I have trepidation and I'm taking this tone. And so I mean no disrespect to your organization. You're welcome to come here. But it feels strange to me, to be honest with you. I want to share that whenever my stomach is turning, I usually walk away. I'm not going to walk away because we're not at the point where we're saying yes or no tonight. We're at the point where we're going to say to our staff to go ahead and start doing the due diligence to decide if this makes sense. And I'm in favor of finding out the facts, but I'll be poring over the facts and making sure I understand those before I would vote yes on a final proposal. And again, I wish you well, and hopefully we can figure something out. But I would hope that we're working in a more close way as we move forward.
I hope we'll prove your trust.
Thank you. At this point, I think the best way to move forward would be to have a motion to receive the presentation by Primacare and to direct staff to look into all of the elements we discussed earlier about land and appraisal and water capacity and planning, and to report back to council as soon as possible with those items, and then we can carry that forward. Motion to that. Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Was there any last questions or comments before we call the vote? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you and good night.
Next up, we will call Ms. Heather Hayes, the Executive Director of the Food Bank. Heather, you are up.
I think this is working. Yes.
Yeah, the mic's on. You should be good. Do you have a presentation that you need shared, or are we good?
No, you know, it's
okay.
all the time.
Perfect. Thank you. Over to you, Heather.
So, good evening. My name is Heather Hayes, and I have the privilege of being the Executive Director of the Orangeville Food Bank. For those not familiar with the Food Bank, we provide emergency food support to those in need through in-person shopping, delivery, and our community food share program. When I started in 2015, we saw an average of 349 individuals a month. Last month, we served 1,013 individuals, which is a 190% increase over 2015. Specifically, between March of 2019, pre-pandemic numbers, to March of 2023, there has been a 91% increase in need. And unfortunately, I am forecasting a 40 to 60% growth this year alone, mainly due to the cost of food, housing costs, and the potential recession. We have distributed 44% more food so far this year as compared to last year's total annual, and are on track to process 500,000 pounds of food this year. On an average month, we're recovering 30 to 40,000 pounds of food from local grocery stores. That food is sorted and distributed to clients and repurposed and can be repurposed into meals made in-house by our chef, Mark. He's also tasked with managing the zucchini ferries, and you all know who you are, okay? This is a public service announcement. If it requires 2 hands to lift it up, or your neighbors lock their car at night, not to prevent theft, but rather the gifting of your zucchinis, you have a problem. We don't need them. Thank you so very much. No, thank you. We have continued to support local agencies with our community food share. This program allows us to partner with other food banks and local food donors, accepting large quantities of product and sharing the excess. Sharing builds partnerships. We all learned this in kindergarten. And in some cases, it provides extra benefits like additional free warehouse space to store product for future use. As we all know, warehouse space is at a premium here in Orangeville. Although I'm not going to lie, occasionally it also brings, say, 2,400 pounds of cucumbers with approximately a day's worth of shelf life left on them. And we all know what a cucumber looks like in the back of the fridge with a day's left of shelf life on it. It wasn't pretty. So the good and the bad. The community garden plot provided to us by the town has enabled us to grow close to 2,000 pounds of fresh vegetables, which we distribute to clients with the produce also donated from Grow a Row, Give a Row. And that's a program where community members can grow a row in their garden and then donate the produce to us, i.e. be careful with the zucchini. Okay, we have a problem. Our garden summer students and volunteers care for several school garden plots throughout the summer, as well as our community garden. And this year, we're excited to plant the space at Art as Therapy. That will be an accessible garden where anybody who is hungry can go there and pick what they need, which is very exciting. As we enter year 2 of our strategic plan, we're focusing on adapting to the needs of the community, which includes finding new ways to get food to the people, not people to the food. We know that only 20% of those needing support are actually finding their way to help. That's another 80% in the community needing support. In the next few months, we are launching additional programs that will move food into the community, making it more accessible and providing options for purchasing fresh fruits and vegetables at very affordable prices, if not below market value. Somewhere around here, I add a piece in about who uses the food bank and why. I have some teary stories for you. I could make you cry in the drop of a hat. It's a specialty of mine, but I don't think I have to do that this year. I don't think any of us don't know somebody who needs the food bank or has needed the food bank. The myth may finally be busted. It's not the nameless soul that you think it is that needs the food bank. It's our friends, literally our families, and literally our neighbors. People's resiliency is fading. It's been hard on the volunteers to take in the stories because the situations are increasing in complexity. It's not just hunger. It's housing, it's mental health, and the raft of other pieces that start to crumble when you don't have any more resources to throw at the problem. And so I'm going to go off script for a second and say, when I say it's hard on volunteers, I have every shift somebody comes to me and asks, what else can we do? What should we be doing? How do I handle this? How do I manage going home at night, knowing what the need is and knowing that we can barely put a Band-Aid on that gushing wound? So there's weight to it, a really big weight. In no reality should anybody have to come to us and ask for food. That's not right. Food should be a right and not a privilege, and right now it's a privilege. We have been around for 31 years, and I'd love nothing more than for to be put out of business tomorrow. I want to be with my beautiful granddaughter Daisy with all my heart. I'd love to close the food bank. Food insecurity is an income problem. It is not a food program problem. There is enough food across Ontario to feed every individual and well. We have to improve social assistance rates. We have to invest in affordable housing. Thank you for talking about that tonight. And building a stronger workforce with quality jobs would reduce the need for food banks, put us out of a job. I'm here today to ask for financial support because while the solutions to food insecurity are possible, it's a ways off on the policy front. We all understand that. This is a long-term fix to solve this. Food banks don't receive provincial and federal funding. Okay, let that sink in. We are the only level of the social safety net that does not receive funding. Housing does, education does, health does, roads does, you name it, they fund it, we're not funded. Food banks need your help. And because we're primarily funded by donors, we need your help now. So I'm here asking for a very bold $25,000 annually to support food insecurity in your community. I joke that I'm the chief cheese of the food bank, but the reality is that it's the volunteers who are sitting in the audience, the board of directors and staff that are the hearts and hands of the work we do in our community. And supporting those amazing people are the incredible community members and donors who make sure we have the resources to do what we do because we're not funded. Among those supporters are the staff and councils of local municipal governments who understand the work being done in the community, even though it's not on a list of your mandated services. I know that. Because you choose to champion your community and you choose to champion us, okay? As well as the not-for-profits in Orangeville and the county as a whole. So it sounds cliche, neighbors helping neighbors care for the community, but few communities come together as Dufferin does in the support and care of each other. So I want to add a quote from Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you for being thoughtful citizens that lead with strong hearts and passion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Heather. The work that you all do, and I see a lot of the volunteers in the gallery today, is incredible. So,
hey, National Volunteer Appreciation.
Yeah. You burst my bubble. That was my next line, was Happy Volunteer Appreciation Week. Questions from Council, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. As always, enjoy your presentations. I barely see you sitting over there, but this issue that you're describing, first of all, I have great respect for your organization. I think your volunteers are amazing. I think you're amazing. We know, and I want to use a different word, blank show what's going on in the community in terms of, in terms of people being able to feed themselves and how busy you are. And it breaks my heart, and I know there's some great supporters sitting up here of what you do every day in terms of the amount of people that you've got going through there right now. And it's a shame. So you could have stopped talking 10 minutes ago. We would have been long done, and as far as I'm concerned, and I can't imagine anybody else having an issue here either. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Was there any additional questions from members of council? Councillor Stevens.
Hi, I just would like to say thank you for coming. Great presentation. And I echo Deputy Mayor, you didn't need to talk nearly as long as you did. But that's okay.
It was the zucchinis, wasn't it?
Is there anything else that you can, besides the money, or volunteers?
So I have 165 volunteers right now. Last year, they donated 24,000 hours to the food bank. That's 11 full-time staff. So on volunteers, I have the cherry picked everybody, and I got the best working for us. So it's not that. Are there policy things that you guys could be doing to support the food bank? Taking away the cost for transportation was awesome. That's fantastic. There may be some issues with the cash checking, pay, I'm not saying the right word, but payday loan people, thank you. You as a municipality have the right to mandate that and to provide guidance as to what's allowed in your community and what's not. That's a gutting place for people to have to end up. A micro loan system, I think, would be fantastic. Perhaps that's not your role, but it could be. Supporting training for all your staff with Bridges Out of Poverty. We're having another training on May 6th. It will blow your mind as to how poverty affects people and how decisions are made when you live in poverty, and how you have to choose to use your resources. So I think that is something that you can do. And further to that, we would love to champion circles, which is a way for individuals who live in poverty to learn skills and have sort of a group of mentors walking beside them to learn a different set of skills and find a way out and create a dream for themselves and move out of poverty. I think circles would be fantastic in our community, but it takes a commitment of a few agencies pulling together. I certainly would throw my hand up into the air and say we would do it, but I need some help. And I also need money for that, frankly, for a coordinator for that role. So that's probably $50,000. So those are the things that you could do to help me. I really appreciate that, and advocate with the provincial and federal government. The deputy mayor used poop. I'll use the term crap. It's a crap show out there right now, and it's a crappy system. People are forced to do things they should never have to do to feed their families. If I'm going to have a problem in my waiting room, it's because they're hungry. It's not like, you can't imagine the level of hunger that causes anger, either in kids or people. You know, if somebody's going to call me a bad name, they're hungry for the most part. That's all that's really there, and that's not okay. That's gut wrenching. So those are the things. And thank you for asking the question.
Well, and Councillor Stevens, we're all going to be heading to the Association of Municipalities Ontario, AMO, in August, and that can be one of our advocacy pieces, is to talk about Ontario Works and ODSP and those pieces, and needing to increase them because they just haven't been in far too long. And that's a big piece. And I know I sat through previous presentations of Heather's that talk about, when CERB came into place, the usage of the food bank went down because once they had access to money, they were purchasing food because they could. So, there's a cycle there that we can help support as well. Councillor Sherwood, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Nice to see you, Heather, as always. You, my friend, probably do not get paid near enough for what you do. So I want to thank you. You definitely have my support. You know that. I would like to put it back to staff, because one of the things that we did do in this budget that we had not done in the past is we allocated specific funds for people like your organization, where they're going to come back annually and we can get into some type of commitment. The ask is a little high than what I think we might have, but perhaps staff can clarify how much of that 95,000 contingency we have floating and available.
I will turn it over to Mandeep. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Sherwood. So in the multi-year bucket, we had $95,000 budgeted. At the previous council meeting, council approved $55,000. And so with the approval of $25,000 this evening, we would be left with $15,000 from the multi-year.
So we are still okay to go ahead and do that. Councillor Sherwood, part of that is because the Out of the Cold that we had initially thought to set $30,000 aside, it's going to be it's only $11,000 this year, so there is some extra funds from that, and we can revisit that next year when we see a full cost analysis of the program.
And if you could just refresh my memory, Madam Deputy Treasurer, the largest amount we currently approved was $20,000 to FTP.
Yes, through you, Mayor Post. Yes, that is correct, as well as the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival of $20,000 as well. Right.
So I know that, Heather, your ask here tonight is $25,000, but I would like to put forward a motion, unless one of my our councillors feel differently, to match the $20,000 that we give those other two, so that it's kind of a fair game for everybody.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would certainly support that motion from Councillor Sherwood if I have an opportunity to also speak. Great, thank you. Heather, it is so nice to see you and your volunteers, the unsung heroes of our community. Councillor Sherwood and I are going to be attending the AMO Homeless Symposium coming up in early May. For those of us using the term the lived experience, I have no idea. You know, I think all of us here have no idea. We hear stories, we hear from you, we hear others in your volunteer ranks, but we still don't get it. And I want to get it. And the only way that I can is by listening. You have my attention. And I think that by Councillor Sherwood and I attending this symposium, we're going to learn a lot more. You know, the stats that you provided, I am just astonished. I'm overwhelmed by what you've said. And I recall a report that came from the Scarborough Food Bank, where I think they are operating 6 facilities. And the number of people that continuously are coming upon their doorstep who normally would not. Still, I don't get it because I don't live it. But at the same time, I want to support it. So this is so important for us to do so.
Councillor Prendergast and then Deputy Mayor.
Can I just add something?
Heather, go ahead.
So thank you, Councillor Andrews, for bringing up the lived experience piece. For the first time ever in Dufferin, we actually do have a group called Voices, and they are individuals with lived experience. And back to Councillor Stevens' point, what can the town do? When you are thinking about putting programs into place, please access that group of Voices because they are lived experience. You're absolutely right. I'm a middle-class white lady. I don't know a lot about a lot of things. And my experience is different. These individuals can influence and help you understand how the decisions you make impact their lives and make it easier for everybody who have less access to resources to get involved in community and to have successful interactions. So thank you for bringing the lived experience piece up.
Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your great presentation, Mrs. Hayes. And just to quote you, you said food should be a right, not a privilege. And I agree with that statement 100%. And I also assume that you didn't arrive at the $25,000 haphazardly, and you've already probably have an earmarked use for all of that. I would be supportive of granting the $25,000, but I would love if you could explain to council how you might use that money.
I'm going to buy food. So my food budget last year, I used up the food budget, which was $80,000 by January. So I will have to have already backfilled an additional $60,000 on that. And I'll be lucky if I get through to this, so our fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th. And we'll be lucky if we don't hit 150,000 by the end of the year. That is pretty close to double what I had budgeted. And with a 40 to 60% increase that's coming down the pipe at us, I frankly don't know where I'm going to get the money for that. The county was very kind for the first time ever in allocating money to the food bank, and I really, really appreciate that because that money will help me backfill and has for this particular season until the end of this year. So that's where the money is going to go. It goes to food. Yes, I have operational costs and I will spend money on operational costs. I'll defend that to the ends of the earth. Without a building, I can't store food. Without staff, I can't run the facility. I need money for lights. I also need to pay people in order for them to come and work for me. And I want the best of the best of the best, because what we do requires hearts and minds, and it requires a kindness and lived experience in order to do what we do. So that's where I'm going to put the money, but I'll always need money for operational issues as well.
Thank you so much. And I do echo the concerns of Councillor Sherwood just for creating equity when we are distributing money. But I think the nature of what the food bank does is different than the Blues and Jazz Festival, which is a one-time, though beneficial for economic development, it's an entertainment-based thing, and we're talking about necessities for life. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. Ms. Hayes, the statement made by Councillor Stevens, and he asked what else you need. The thing that you didn't mention, and I was just curious about, is your board. And I know quite a few of your board members, dynamic, incredibly intelligent, benevolent people. How is the board? Do you have enough people on your board? And you're here in the public.
Right.
Do you need new board members, and what is the skill sets that you require?
We do need new board members. We will have 3 people finishing up their terms this year. Our new term starts in November of 2023. We're looking for all kinds of skill sets. Legal would be fantastic. Finance would be fantastic. Lived experience would be better, right? I don't know what I don't know. So come and tell me what I don't know. Which would be fantastic. But right now, we're looking for individuals who want to contribute. We're looking for a variety of cultures. Our area has changed dramatically. And again, those are communities that we're not as engaged with, that we need to be more engaged with. So those are the kinds of people that we're looking for. Hearts and minds. Come and bring us your hearts and minds. So yes, if you're interested, please reach out to the food bank. The administration at orangevillefoodbank.org would be a great place to start, and we can connect you up with Sandy Cangill, who is our head of governance and who would love to chat with people. So
just to be clear, my cup's a little full right now, but someday I'll come and see you. May I ask just one last question, if I may? Can you just one last time state for everybody, because there's discussion, what is the financial ask that you're asking for?
I'd like $25,000 on an annual basis.
Yes.
Going forward, and that doesn't preclude me for coming back when things get really bad and asking for more.
And you know that that's difficult for council to give because we expire, right?
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
So now we're asking another group to do something that they wouldn't be committed to necessarily. So that's the only piece.
And that's fine with me. I will continue to come back year after year, and present what we're doing at the food bank, what our numbers look like. If we don't have a need, we're not asking. But when it's this dire right now, we have a need.
And Deputy Mayor, all of our funding, our multi-year funding is not indefinite. We're approving it for a timeline, and then it will come back for.
I just feel like it's not always the same audience. It's not always the same people. I just wanted to make the point of what we had to think about when we were making this.
So it would be multi-year funding to take you to the end of the term is kind of where we would be, and then we would, of course, revisit it. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Prendergast, for bringing up your comments. I am willing to amend my original motion to 25,000, and you're absolutely right. I was thinking of equity as far as, relationships within the community, but this need is definitely need, and Heather wouldn't be here asking for money if she doesn't need it. So I'm willing to amend the 25,000. Of course, I will leave that up to the rest of my council mates if they so wish to choose to put a different figure out there. And also, I would think that the agreement should be, you did mention, Mayor Post, about it being, for multiple years, at least for the term of this council. I think we could look after that. However, you still have to apply every year for that. So I am amending my motion to 25,000.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood, and I see nodding from Councillor Andrews as a seconder. So we've got the motion on the floor. Was there any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Oh.
Just if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
So I really like what Councillor Sherwood said. Don't have any comment about that. My question is, overall, we have a budget that we all committed to for this. There's other groups that are on here. There's other groups coming, my understanding, in a couple of weeks to council. My terrible math says we're going to be over. And I just want to point that out to council. And this is something totally different here. So I'm not arguing with the food bank. I just want to point out that there's other benevolent groups coming and we're going to be over.
We do still have funds left in our single year bucket as well. So this will come out of the multi-year funding bucket. Yeah. Again, any additional questions or comments? We're all good. Call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Heather.
Awesome.
I always appreciate you being here. So please still come back every year and update us on progress. Thank you. Next up, we have Leanne De Palma, who's speaking to us about the Elysian Festival. come on up, and if you could just turn on the mic. Do you have a presentation you're sharing, or are you just speaking? Perfect, thank you. Should just be on the, it'll say speak on the thing. Perfect. There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, wonderful, thank you.
Okay, I won't let my nerves get in the way tonight. Hello, Council. Thank you very much for having me here tonight and allowing me to speak. My name is Leanne De Palma, and I am the founder of the Elysian Festival. Just like many people during COVID, it was a difficult time. A lot of us suffered from mental health issues. I also lost my brother to mental health in September 2020. So he is my support and my motivation to start this festival. After losing him and after seeing how many people have been suffering with the cost of living and other struggles that happen to us every single day, it is challenging. And I had to lean into a lot of different disciplines to help figure out how to get through life when it becomes so challenging. I leaned into meditation, mindfulness, yoga, and found that there's actually a tremendous community of people who feel the exact same way or are using the exact same techniques to get through challenging times in life. I've never ran a festival before. I know nothing about it, but the ambition and my love to help the people of Orangeville is what's been guiding me through this. I've just decided one day that I'm going to do this. I'm going to get people together and start a community and create the Elysian Festival. The word Elysian actually means a paradise state of mind, which means we can live and not just try to survive through life. So I've come here today to kind of give you guys a face and a human story behind the Elysian Festival. Although it looks like it's an entertainment festival, there is a much deeply rooted story behind it. Myself and 4 other women volunteers are working diligently to bring this festival to life. Like I said, we have now 15 master classes that are going to be coming to the festival, which means between the 2 days, we have some of the best coming to teach people how to handle mental health. At my committee meetings, we talk about how it's wonderful to have Bell Let's Talk Day, but then what happens when everyone stops talking? Where is the action? What are we doing? You know, is there something more natural that we can be doing to help each other and to support each other? And the answer is absolutely, and it's been going on for decades and generations, and it's time for us to talk more about it and to share it with each other. I am a survivor of mental health, and I mean, many of us are survivors of mental health, and I want to be able to share this with as many people as possible. So, like I said, there are 4 of us that are running it, and it's going to be a 2-day event. It's going to be held at the Alder Rec Center, which we're totally excited about to have such a prestigious location. And it's going to be an outdoor event because I feel you can't really heal in artificial air, artificial light, artificial floors. You need to feel the ground, you need to feel the earth, you need to feel the air, you need to feel the sun. Having said that, we do have a fairly large tent that's going to be coming in to help bring shelter to any rain or sun. We will have approximately 20 to 30 natural vendors from local people coming in to sell their natural products. And the most exciting part about this is portions of the proceeds are being donated to mental health awareness and initiatives to places in Orangeville in my brother's name. So it is my honor to come here today to present in front of you and to give you some details as to how we would be spending the $10,000 community grant that I am requesting tonight. So it is a brand new festival. We're starting from ground zero. So the money that we'd be looking to receive would go to our 3 largest bills that we have to pay. Right off the bat is our tent. It's a 40 by 140 tent. It's very large, so that we can accommodate approximately 200 attendees. Then the next, that bill is approximately $5,381 just for the tent. The next bill that we would need to cover is our audio and video. So we can make the event meaningful and make sure everyone, even at the back of our 40 by 140 tent, can hear and experience the festival. That bill is $2,277. And then the final the final bill that we are looking to cover would be just to rent the Alder Rec Center is our third largest one. We would have to rent it for approximately 4 days, even though it's a 2-day event to put up and take down on the Friday and the Monday. Plus, I am renting 10 picnic benches from the town of Orangeville, and we had to do our locates. So that bill was $2,785. So that brings us to $10,444. So that's just the three biggest impacted bills. I do have a copy of our projected budget. So our projected budget for this year is approximately $20,000. So that grant would help us just get our spread our wings, get ourselves going a little bit. And then through ticket sales, vendor entries, sponsorships, and of course donations, we will be able to cover the rest of the $10,000. And like I said, portions of that proceed will be donated. So I thank you for hearing my presentation, and would be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, Mr. Paulman. Nice to have you here. And in my role as one of the members of Council for Economic Development, whenever we have an opportunity to have something new, it's encouraging to have new people come to our community or those within the community get involved. So as for a couple of questions, one of which is, how are you going to publicize this? So social media, traditional media?
Yes, actually, thank you for asking that question. So we just launched our Instagram account back in October, and within I think a month and a half, we almost had 150 followers. Today, we're reaching 300 followers. We have a website that has approximately 150 website subscribers. We have been featured in the banner twice. And we have plans to continue to grow through radio ads if we can. And just recently, we've been contacted by the website called CanaDream. They are a vacation planning website. And they've asked if they could feature our website as a must-see festival when traveling Ontario. So word is traveling fast. We have people from all over Ontario that are just talking about it. Word of mouth is spreading quickly. We have people from St. Catharines to Windsor that are trying to attend. I'm getting messages from the United States and the UK because they've never seen a festival quite like this. It's not like anything else that you've seen before. It's not just meditation. It's not just yoga. It's all the different types of disciplines in one area, which is really trying to create a community. So anybody who was always interested in getting involved in it, this would be a safe place for them to come and try it out and be interested in it.
It certainly sounds and is described as being very unique.
It's very unique, yes.
My second question is actually to Ms. Savage and also through the community services side. We do have provisions with any of our activities that would be taking place at Alder, and again, as has been described, this would be taking place outside. Is there a necessity to have any other security on site, any other responsibilities of the organization to also take care of?
Through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Andrews. What are the dates again?
It is August 12th and August 13th, the Saturday and the Sunday.
Okay, thank you. So yes, I'm sure the outdoors would have been, as far as supports for our events, the staff will be on site. I believe that there'll be the park staff and the building staff will be available. I think what would be best is if you wanted to work with us and our staff. We do have event handbook. We have some expertise in event planning and can help you with some of those logistic pieces to put together.
That would be excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, that was basically the question regarding logistics. And is there anything that we can do on council in addition to, of course, the ask? Because we also have some very strong social media presence. We can get the word out.
That would be fantastic. As much as I'm trying to get the word spread, the help from council would be tremendous. And also, when it comes time to donate the money to mental health, I would love some contacts of who we can get in contact with to give that. So it'd be great to get in contact with people who need it, who can't afford the services. That's really what we're driving to do. That'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood and then Councillor Prendergast.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming this evening and explaining that. Can you just maybe explain to me why you decided to make it a 2-day event right off the bat rather than a 1-day event and then expanding if 1 day is successful?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. So I decided to go kind of go a little bit bigger and just make it a 2-day event. And then I realized I made the right decision when I saw how many people were reaching out to present. I thought that I could maybe get through with just 1 day with like maybe 4 or 5 presenters. But then as weeks continued on, I was getting 2 to 3 people emailing me every week asking if they could present. So then it became a no-brainer for me to make it a 2-day event. So that way we were really getting a collective experience of all the different types of disciplines. We now have someone coming in specifically on the Sunday morning to do yoga and mindfulness with children, which will be free of charge for the children to come in and do the class with that teacher. We have someone coming in to specifically talk about men's mental health and their journey. This is a speaker I'm particularly excited about because he is a former hockey player, professional hockey player. And he knows the pressure of what it's like to be in a male-driven, society. So he's going to be coming in and talking about his journey and what he's doing to help, push himself forward and to continue on. We have women speakers coming in. We have someone who's talking about tapping, which is a form of like acupuncture without the needles. We have just such wonderful, and we're going to be closing the ceremony with an Indigenous prayer and ceremony for everyone who will be attending. So, just trying to get everything involved and check all the boxes. So the 2-day event just seemed like a no-brainer. Hopefully next year we can even get 3 days in and I can accommodate the people that I've had to turn away.
So Sherwood, do you have follow-up or is that good? Okay. Councillor Prendergast?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's nice to meet you, Leanne De Palma. And just to clarify, it's not Elysian Festival like I've been saying in my head. It's Elysian Festival.
It's the Elysian Festival, yeah.
Thank you. I'm curious, how many tickets have you sold so far?
So far, the tickets just went on sale in the middle of March, just recently, and we've probably sold about 20 tickets now, which is not bad for just a couple of weeks into it. But I do know that there's a very strong demand for it. The more I talk to the community and the people that are following us, they're just kind of waiting for the warmer weather and to kind of get closer to it, to get that mindset.
For sure. And, I have seen some social media about this and I've seen people posting within the Orangeville community. And, I just want to congratulate you for undertaking a big initiative in tribute to your brother.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly.
Councillor Andrews?
Just to follow up, and I hope that there has been some communications with the event staff department regarding timing, and I know that it happens to be a very busy soccer season within our community, so again, conflicts can exist, and so hopefully there's no conflicts there.
Is there any additional questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Very good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Well, I don't know how long ago that you and I started talking about this.
It was right around Christmas time. I reached out for some help and you were very, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to see you here. So thank you. Thank you for
you.
doing this. I don't know where we're going to end up on the grant. You never know what council is going to do as we start to talk these things through. But I'm just curious, like you mentioned the cost that you've got out there and the tent in particular.
Yeah.
And someone who's done a lot of these things, like typically you can go around to different organizations and borrow tents. I don't know what kind of tent that you're looking for, but tents and grills and that sort of thing are out in the community. Service clubs, I'm one of them. The Optimists have these things. So I don't know.
I'm very new to the whole. Yes.
Instead of purchasing, especially in year one, maybe it would be good to buy. Now, I don't know if this is a massive thing. I'm just thinking about funding and what you're up to. So, and then the other idea is to see what the rentals are.
Absolutely. I'm always looking forward to cutting costs as much as I can, especially in the first year. You can understand there's a lot of costs involved. When I started shopping around to try to understand a tent of this magnitude, it's a very large tent and they're not very easy to come by. As I started talking to people, I started to realize how big of a tent we needed. And I've been talking to a couple of people from the building inspecting department so that I can ensure that I have a tent that is large enough and safe enough to accommodate the 200 people that will be attending. A tent of that size, I don't know if I could find one that someone would give me for free, plus the inspection that's going to be involved in that.
That's fair. I understand now where you're at with that. So it's not what I was thinking of. So that I've got that. So So very good. Anyway, I wish you all the best in this, and hopefully it comes to fruition. If I could, it's year one.
Mhm.
So if there's a year two,
Mhm.
big thing will be is to keep your notes and understand who was there and kind of what's the ROI. Because if you come back here, that's what we'll be asking for, right? What was the impact of the community?
Absolutely.
How did you do? All
Absolutely.
those kind of things. So
I look
all
forward
the
to it.
best.
Thank you.
Was there any additional questions for members of council? No. I have one question. What is the cost of tickets? I want to, when we're offering taxpayer money, which is what
Yes,
it is,
of
when we're doing
course.
community grants, we want to make sure that it's to something that's inclusive, that our whole community will have the ability to participate in.
Okay.
So is there a cost? Is it
There is a
prohibitive?
cost.
And how can we, if you can just explain that to us.
Sure, absolutely. So ideally, I wanted the ticket cost to be as low as possible. After sitting down with the economics department from the town of Orangeville, they kind of helped me come up with a ticket price that they felt would be reasonable for the amount of services that we're offering. That would also help us cover the second half of the $10,000 so that we're not set in debt after. So we're looking, it's going to be about $60 per day. So $60 for the Saturday and then $60 for the Sunday. Because the average yoga class, just for one class for an hour, would be anywhere between $25 to $40 just for one class. And just on that Saturday alone, they're getting approximately 8 to 9 master classes from people from all over Ontario coming to teach them. So we also wanted to make sure we targeted our ticket prices to show not too low, because I don't think it gives the right precedence of the magnitude and the specialness of what we're bringing to them. So we decided to at $60 per day would be what we would set it at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you. I just, before we vote on this, I just wanted to kind of explain my thinking. It's going to be servicing 200 participants, which may or may not be residents of Orangeville. And $10,000 is a big ask. So I'm just thinking about that in comparison to some of the other requests we've received for grants, and that will weigh into my decision making. Thank you.
Did you have a suggestion of what you'd like to put forward, Councillor Prendergast? Because we do need a motion on the floor.
I would be comfortable maybe with half of the amount, $5,000. Just this is the first year, and I do find the cost of the tickets slightly prohibitive, especially since you can only buy them for the 2 days, not just 1 day.
Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, Your Worship. Not that this cause isn't a good cause, it is, but I have a little bit of a hard time coming up with a $10,000 ask where our community can't just even go for free and observe what's going on.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry to interject. The entire event. So the only thing you would need a ticket to attend would be the main event, but everyone is free to attend all of the vendors around the outside, and you can actually see and participate and hear what's happening inside the thing. So it's going to be a big, huge circle, and it is absolutely free for anybody who doesn't have a ticket to come in, shop the vendors, be in the community, be around with everybody. So you do not need a ticket to help support the local vendors that are coming to be a part of this. The only thing you would need a ticket for is to be a part of the main event.
Participant. Okay, I'm glad you explained that, because I was going along the same lines that there's 200 people and not all of them are Orangeville residents. That's a lot of money for our taxpayers to pay to not be able to attend, because there's many events like, Blues and Jazz that bring thousands of people in for double the money, and it's, most of it's free. So thank you for the clarification. My heart's pulling at the heartstrings here, because it's very passionate, but it's such a big ask. I'm more inclined to vote along with my fellow Councillor Prendergast that we go with possibly 5,000, and then if you come back next year and can prove to us a success, or if we get some feedback from the community that this is something they'd like to see expand, then maybe there could be more asked next year.
Councillor Sherwood, can I take that as a second to Councillor Prendergast's motion at the $5,000?
Yes,
Okay,
Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on this, it's good conversation. May I ask through you to Ms. Savage, how would you perceive the $2,700 in rent? Like, is that actual? I know that's income, but it depends on somebody. If somebody really wanted to purchase that. So it's not really income, it's sort of income. And then the other thought is, would the town have any need for a tent long-term that we would use? In other words, would we buy a tent and keep the tent, and it's our tent, the town of Orangeville tent? And could we offer Alder Street fees that really isn't money? It kind of is money. I know I'm on rocky ground here, but could we do those two things?
Ms. Savage.
Through you, Mayor Post, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor. So revenue is twofold. One, there are going to be soccer groups that are not able to use the fields, so there's loss in revenue, and then the revenue of the event organizers using the space, which comes along with all of the support that they receive from the park staff and the facility staff to help host the event. I would assume that fees are not able to be waived by staff members. That would be a council decision because we are bound by a fees bylaw. And of course, we can look at, our grants where they offer in-kind donations or in-kind support rather than financial support or financial funding to event organizers. The tent, yes. At this point, I'm not sure. I do know we have, if I were to compare it to our Block Box, I think it is. Yes, so there's an event amenity that we take around to different places that we may share with other organizations to use. A tent could be of similar nature. However, a tent of that size requires building permits, and it's a temporary structure. There's a lot of legislation that surrounds a tent, and it's not as simple loaning it. It would probably need to go along with some staff members, which in the summer, this is our busiest season.
Okay, so it sounds like we've got a motion on the floor, moved and seconded to support the festival in the amount of $5,000. Was there any further questions or comments on that? Okay, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kevin Kugler, Executive Director, founder of the STEM Camp Grant with a grant request. And I believe he is on the line. There you are. Okay,
Yes,
Kevin,
thank you
over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the council for inviting me to speak. And hopefully you don't mind that I come in virtually today, but Orangeville's a little bit of a hike for me. I'm sitting here in Woodstock, Ontario, and you would never guess it, but of course I'm in my home office, which looks like downtown Toronto, but it is actually my home office. So I'm going to share a presentation with you, and hopefully I have permission through Teams to do so. Could I just get a thumbs up to make sure that everybody can see that?
We're good. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. So I'm going to start by just telling you a little bit about the history of my organization. I am the founder and executive director for the last 10 years. It was launched in 2013. STEM Camp is a federally registered not-for-profit. And of course, I think everybody recognizes that STEM is an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are a summer day camp, and we have operated across the province for 10 years, but in Orangeville specifically since 2018. We provide employment opportunities for 500 to 600 post-secondary students in Ontario, and quite a few secondary school students as well. I founded STEM Camp because we had forecasted that there was going to be a labor shortage in the STEM fields 10, 15, 20 years out. And I think we can all agree that here we are in 2023, and labor shortage, not just in the STEM industry, but everywhere, has been an issue that we're all dealing with. STEM Camp is supportive of the classroom, so we hope that kids come to our camp and have fun, as you can see this young person is doing by playing with some goo, and maybe they'll be a little interested or more interested when they go back to school in the fall. We initially started with 2 locations, 80 campers, and now sitting here in 2023, we're tracking for 13,000 campers across the province. We have graduated 65,000 campers in that time span, and we now have 55 locations, and we'll employ the 600 summer staff. To do so, we need to house inventory in our 6,000 square foot warehouse in Oxford County of 400 pieces of inventory. So that gives you a size of the scope of the organization. What does a day look like at STEM camp? So the morning is hands-on activities where kids, this young fellow right here is playing with a vortex cannon he has built. And you could do activities such as launching some rockets and creating them, doing something with viscous fluids. And in the afternoon, we switch over to coding and robotics. And for that, we have robots that we've purchased for the campers in all of our locations. We have somewhere around the neighborhood of 300 STEM activities that we've written now through the course of our existence. And we follow an inquiry-based learning philosophy, which is essentially, rather than tell the kids how to step-by-step perform an activity, you inspire their imagination and their curiosity by giving them options, and they come up with some unique and interesting ways to fulfill an activity. And the curriculum has been developed by Ontario teachers. Other projects that we've been involved in over the years, we've done STEM school visits across the province. We have, for the last 3 years, been recipients of the New Horizons for Seniors program grant, where we have written digital literacy courses for seniors to help them navigate certain aspects that were prevalent during the pandemic, how to stay at home and order their pharmaceuticals online, or how to stay safe online with all of the predators that are targeting seniors. And so we have written online courses for them to be able to help with that. We have free activities online through our STEM Labs program. So that was launched during the pandemic when everybody was virtual, and we needed a solution for parents who wanted to send their kids to camp, but camps were closed in 2020. And so we launched STEM Labs so that they could participate in camp from home. That is still active today, and it's absolutely free of charge. Camp STEAM is a new initiative this year, and STEAM, as you notice, there's a new letter in the acronym. That is A, that stands for arts. And we have also launched in the past Sports Discovery Summer Camp, which is an offshoot. In 2019, we had 1,000 kids that came to that pilot program. We're hoping to get that one back up and running in post-pandemic. Partnerships at a fairly high level, Canada Sports Hall of Fame. We have athletes and Olympians that have come to our camps virtually to help inspire the kids. They also have a wonderful program where we can talk about the STEM that goes into some of the artifacts that they house at the Hall of Fame. We're involved in research projects with McMaster University, University of Toronto, and Sick Kids. We partner with Defeat Duchenne Canada, and the Canadian Space Agency has been kind enough to send astronauts to our camp as well. Most recently, Jeremy Hansen was in the news. He's one of our astronauts, and he has come in virtually to inspire the kids as well. And we have, through our partnership with Toys R Us and Mattel Canada, we actually launched Barbie into space one year. That was just a few years ago now. And if you're wondering, yes, we did return her safely to the Earth. How about Orangeville, though, in particular? So Orangeville, 8 weeks, July and August. We are at Westminster United Church. I'm sure you all know the facility well. We have upwards of 320 campers from Orangeville every year. And that has totaled into 1,280 enrollments since 2018. 165 enrollments so far in 2023, so we are more than halfway there for this year. We suspect that we will sell out again. We also employ up to 10 local summer staff. So these are post-secondary students, college, university, who have coming home for the summertime. They need a place to work, and we're happy to recruit them. In fact, if any of you in the audience have some that are looking for jobs, please send them our way, because it is hard to recruit these days, and we would love to have some more young people from Orangeville participate at camp this summer. So why are we here today? We have community partnerships across the province, and the purpose of these partnerships is to help us find ways to send disadvantaged and marginalized children to camp. So we look for different pots of money and different organizations that can help fund those enrollments. As a not-for-profit, we zero out at the end of the year. So we partner with organizations such as service clubs, who sometimes are able to give us a few dollars. When we have those dollars come in, we will place a call to the Children's Aid Society or Family Services, big brothers, big sisters, boys and girls clubs. And we will basically indicate we have X number of spots available this year that we're funded through whatever the agency happens to be. And they do their job in terms of vetting the appropriate families. So what is the ask? The ask is $9,000. And but we are quite happy to take whatever amount of money council feels would be appropriate. We have had requests every year in Orangeville for subsidies. Last year, the statistics show we had 79 requests. We aren't able to grant those because we are also a not-for-profit, but there definitely is a need. And it's not just Orangeville, it's everywhere across the province. I was listening to the food bank presentation earlier with great interest. I've certainly hear that at every location across the province. And it's just kind of the times we live in these days. And summer camp is no different. The need there for subsidies is great. And again, how will we reach out to the families? Well, we don't feel like we have the staff that can properly vet families in terms of their needs. So that's why we do partner with those local groups like the Children's Aid Society. So again, it's $9,000 is the ask. That will send 33 to 34-ish children to camp. How does that relate in terms of the dollars? Well, our camp in Orangeville costs $265 a week, so that's how we come up with the 33 to 34 spots. But again, whatever you feel you can allocate would be greatly appreciated. And that is it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'll open it up to council. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Kugler, thank you very much for being a part of our delegations this evening. I was intrigued by what you have presented, familiar with STEM through Skills Ontario, and the opportunity for, of course, some of the post-secondary students to gain further experience. I'm glad you also mentioned about the flexibility, per se, in the dollars. I think that one of the struggles I'm having is that our Parks and Recreation Department also has programming that is delivered in the summer. And I know that this has been a separate entity and you have in fact run the separate entity successfully. But through you, Your Worship, to Ms. Savage, do we not offer something similar? Or is this something that is, and not to put you on the spot, but I guess I am putting you on the spot as it came up, with the presentation this evening.
Ms. Savage.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Post. Councillor Andrews. It's a good question. Yeah. I don't really have the answer at this point, but what I do know is that as long as we don't duplicate our services, the more offerings that we are able to provide residents, the better. That they have the choice and that there are programs for everyone. That's really the way we work out all of the programs throughout the summer. But as far as specific STEM programs, I did ask the question of staff earlier. Do we partner or do we rent the space to the STEM program? I'm not sure at this point, but we can look further into it.
Thank you. And again, I was intrigued by your numbers that you've indicated, not only from past camps, but the numbers of campers that would be over that 8-week period, July and August. I guess the only struggle I have is, in fact, the $9,000 ask, and I'll look forward to some of my other members on council on their input at this time.
Was there additional questions from members of council? Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. This sounds like a great program. I would have no problem giving $5,000 also to this program, as we did the last one. Thank you.
Consider that a motion?
Yes.
Wonderful. Was there any additional questions, or I'll take a seconder? Councillor Andrews? Perfect. Was there additional questions or comments from anybody before we call the vote? No, we're good. All in favor of $5,000? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Kevin, for being here tonight.
Thank you for the invitation. It was my pleasure, and I will thank all of those families, on your behalf. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I was hoping to get all the way through delegations, but I am going to call for a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and finish. Next up, we have Mr. Bob Sinclair from 37 Fieldgate Drive. Come on up. And if you can just turn on the mic.
Right there. Yep. Okay. Your worship, councillors. This is the first time I've kind of been in anything like this, so I'll try and be quick. I brought I emailed in a bit of a presentation with some maps. I don't know if you want to just have a quick look at them. I guess start with page 1. Well, a little bit about me. I have a landscaping business. So parking greatly affects my business, having about 50 customers directly in Orangeville, as well as some in Mono, Starview, other crescents and courts. And I've had to drop about 8 customers just simply on parking alone. But what really has affected me is the parking around my own house. We had 11 parking spots on my street. And now we have 4, with one of those spots being in a puddle. Councillor Sherwood actually came out to my house and met with me for an hour, which I was really appreciative of. And I kind of like walked her through my thought process. And I didn't know really what to submit, but I thought I would just kind of submit a map. That's our Fieldgate Drive there, and the 2 no parking signs that went up took 7 spots away, and we're left with 4 on the other side for the 7 houses that are on that street with no fire hydrants on the street. The closest fire hydrant's on College, and I believe Tony DeLucy sent an email out, and it was just decided that on that street it was just for continuity, because on the other side of College, Fieldgate continues. They're on that side. They didn't want the people that write the tickets, flip-flopping back and forth. But I did talk to Peter. Peter was nice to talk to me one day and say that there wasn't really a problem for him writing tickets on this side of the street or that side. So I just, that's what greatly affects me and some of the residents on that street is there's 7 houses with only 4 parking spots, but there are 7 parking spots on the other side. Page 2, I kind of highlighted how I thought it could look. With the pink, that's all the parking spots available on that side. And then page 3, right now I'm forced kind of to park on College, and because of the curve on College, people have been leaving nasty notes on my vehicle, grilled cheeses. They can't see around it to the stop sign. I've had to put up video cameras for that. And I kind of do see their point with the curve, because you're going, when parking on the inside of a curve, you're going out and around a vehicle. But if you park on the outside of a curve, you're kind of just driving by a vehicle. And I thought that all of College was pretty well thought out. The whole area, all the fire hydrants are on corners, which you can't park 29 feet on either side of an intersection. So you've got, say, 60 feet on a whole corner where you can't park anyway. And, a transport trailer is 53 feet long. So it's a pretty substantial spot that's not blocked, I guess. So, and with the curve and College being such a hill, you're going up a hill around vehicles. So the hill makes the vehicle that much taller. And I just wanted to bring that up to council. The rest of the pages were just more supporting evidence because I didn't know what I was coming into. Page 5 is, so the other thing was, yes, there was advertisements, one-sided parking coming out, but we didn't have any it didn't really seem like we were going to have no parking on our street without, like, I didn't see signs up all winter. And then that sign went up 2 days before, because that's where I normally would park, having had college taken away from me. But now I've had that kind of taken away too. And it's just a little frustrating. That's all. Imagine going to work and not knowing if you're going to have parking coming home, or having to park on College and deal with people honking or hitting your vehicle. There's been 2 accidents there. I was the one that sent in something last year advocating for the stop sign there. And then I believe Councillor Sherwood did come out there and see that people were doing 60 and 70 down that street with, and it's only going to get busier with Hanson, you know, once they connect and all that area is built up. But I would like council or the town to consider maybe switching it to the other side, having the fire hydrants safely on corners. And that's basically what I wanted to present.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for submitting a presentation ahead of time, because all of council did get the opportunity to review it, and that's much appreciated. I will turn it over to either Mr. Koslak or Mr. Jalise. One of them can field this next part. Mr. Jalise, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for coming out in support. So certainly we have laid the groundwork as was directed by council last June. And the groundwork was to get restrictions onto the streets as we were directed. So we typically choose the side of the street with the fire hydrants. And in this case on Fieldgate, the fire hydrants are on the east side. So if Fieldgate runs north and south, they're on the east side of the road, like it is in the other blocks. For College Avenue, it's a little bit different. There are multiple bends and corners and so on, as Mr. Sinclair has indicated. So we've tried to be as consistent as we possibly can. So moving forward, what we're proposing to council and in our report tonight is basically to allow the restrictions to remain in place, have staff monitor them, and there are going to be more restrictions and more streets to follow because they're not all rolled out yet. And so when this happens, we're glad to review those locations, come back with a further report advising council on some of the information that we've received, and certainly update and present another report. And with changes, frankly, if there are going to be any changes, and certainly if council hears of any issues, we're happy to listen to them and take notes and make any changes there may be.
Thank you very much. Was there any questions from members of council? No? Oh, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Through Your Worship, it's more of a comment. I agree on Montgomery Boulevard. It's actually in front of the school. They have no parking, but at the next corner, it changes sides. So we can work with you as far as I'm concerned, but I'll take that back with staff.
Yeah, the recommendation at this point is to continue to revisit as we know that this is going to be an evolution as all of this starts to roll into place. There's still some signs that have not been put up, and those are going to be happening over the next few weeks. So we know, and we're going to be monitoring, and staff will be coming back with future recommendations. So thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mr.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Sherwood, I missed you. I apologize.
That's okay. Yes, through you, Your Worship, to Bob. Thank you for the time that you gave me when I went out and did the site inspection with you. Everything that you have proposed makes sense. And unless you live in a neighborhood, who are we to judge whether it makes sense or not? And I can tell you that the time that I spent there, it makes sense. So I'm hoping that this is something, as staff has mentioned, that they will monitor and they will take the time and go out and visually observe this, and hopefully we can make that recommendation that will be more appropriate for your neighborhood. But again, thank you so much for your time and your passion, Bob.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sherwood. Was there anybody else I missed? No, we're good. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. Up next, we've got Peter Rood from 9 Jackson Court. If you just want to pop up, and the mic is actually still on, so you are good to go.
Thank you, Mayor Post. My name is Peter Root of 9 Jackson Court, and I would like to thank council for letting me come and am spokesman for 8 of the 10 households on Jackson Court that are asking for a review of restricted parking on the court. We have 2 households that are not on our petition. One does not want any parking on the court, and the other household is in a bit of conflict of interest. Back in October and November, the signs were put up, and it became apparent that we were allotted 2 parking spots, maybe fitting 3 cars, depending on the size of the vehicles. Before that, there was no restriction on our court whatsoever. These 2 spots are on the northwest corner of Jackson Court and Amelia Street. When I first contacted Debbie Sherwood on December the 7th, she assured me that there would be a council meeting sometime in the new year to review the parking situation and maybe reassess the restrictions. Apparently, there were other people in the same situation living on courts and other streets who also had concerns. I sent out a petition to the people on the court. People signed on with the hope that we would have some input in the parking. Some of my neighbors are here supporting me. And copies of the petition were sent to Councillor Sherwood and Tim Kochalek, General Manager of Infrastructure, in December 22. I was very surprised that I received a letter from Tim recently, as a matter of fact, April the 12th, stating that the town had done a survey of the court and would make no alterations to the restrictions. This came as a complete surprise. I had assumed that Tim would get in touch with us and maybe meet at our court with the concerns for emergency vehicles or other big vehicles getting around. We were never contacted. I just want to emphasize, I think you have a map in front of you of our court. In the center of our court is a little island. It's with a few trees. So some of the concerns is for the size of the vehicles getting around that court if people were parked on the curve. Anyway, so there's 2 households that have been living on our court for 40 years and have never had problems with emergency vehicles or any garbage trucks being able to maneuver around the court. And that's without any parking restrictions. Many times over the last 2 years, we've had residents where there was emergency vehicles, fire department, paramedics servicing this house and never ran into a problem with getting around the court. So we're thinking, instead of designating parking spots in front of number 1 Jackson Court and 1 spot between number 1 and 5 Jackson Court, on the north side, as indicated on the survey, we are proposing giving us access to 5, maybe 6 parking spots if we use the south side of Jackson Court as a designated parking area. The south side of Jackson Court is a straight line from 10 Jackson Court to 2 Jackson Court on the corner. It also makes turning into the court coming north on Amelia Street easier to get in rather than make a cut because there might be a car parked at 1 Jackson Court. And also coming north on Amelia, turning into the court on the right side, you can see where you're turning rather than have cars parked there. We would appreciate if we get together with Tim and look at the parking situation once again in the court with the residents' involvement. In all the years that the people have lived on the court, no one has ever found the need for policing in a prohibited with prohibited parking. We don't want parking so we can park our cars on the street, because everybody on the street pretty well parks in their driveway or in their garages. But you know, when somebody comes to visit and all of a sudden now we have a street where basically only 2 cars can park, and you know, if somebody older comes over, where are they going to park? They got to park on Amelia Street and walk over? What if somebody's in a wheelchair? You know, I mean, I think we're not asking for a lot, 4 or 5 spots that might be used, you know, during the week. They might use them in the morning when they drop their kids off to the school. They might use them in the summertime when they have soccer, and we've never had a problem with people parking on the court. Soccer tournaments on Sundays, people come and go, no big deal. So it's more for the convenience of people who are coming rather than us saying, well, we want to park on the street. So I would appreciate if you could consider maybe taking a second look at the parking situation on our court. And besides, our fire hydrant is in the middle of the island. So easy access. So I appreciate Mayor Post for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, I'm
Rood.
nervous.
No, not at all. That's great. You did a wonderful presentation. I appreciate it. Mr. Koslak, can I turn it over to you?
Through your worship, Mr. Hood, we can meet and talk to you and meet out at the field. One of the things we did have is one of the trucks went around just to see if it is possible to go and if there's any other areas where vehicles can park. And it was found that going around the court, if there is vehicles parked in there in the wintertime especially, because there's a couple feet of snow on both sides of the curb, it makes it very difficult for any emergency vehicle or plow truck to get through that area.
We're not looking for parking on the curb. We're looking for from 10 out to Amelia, which is a straight run. Like if you come around the corner, it's a straight run out to Amelia Street.
Yeah, and I guess that would be the concern through your worship. If you allow people to park on both sides.
No, we're not. I'm not asking for parking on both sides. Take it away the ones on 1 and 5 and move it to the south side from 10 to 2. So that the other side is wide open.
Okay. Through your worship, we can meet and talk about it and we can take a look at, and that could be one of the revisions we look at bringing forward.
Thank you. If you can consider that one and as well the one on Fieldgate, that would be great if you could do some site visits and just chat. Councillor Sherwood and then Councillor McIntosh.
Yes, Your Worship. Again, thank you, Mr. Rood. You and I have had many conversations. I'm not in person there. I'm on the screen. I have also made a site visit, and your recommendation makes sense. Again, I go back to similar to the previous gentleman that came up, Bob. I call you Bob, but that if we don't live in the neighborhood, so you that live in the neighborhood know what can work for you. I think this recommendation that you're proposing makes sense. However, we do have to rely on the expertise of our staff. And so the fact that Mr. Koslak said that they're willing to meet with you and look over those is quite favorable. So hopefully this will work out for everybody.
Thank you very much, Mayor Post.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood. Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've lived on a court now for 25 years. As long as parking is on one side, I'm fine with that. It's the two-sided parking. You cannot get a fire truck in there. You cannot get an emergency vehicle of any type in there, even a garbage truck. And I've seen it happen actually on Lindsay Court. Now, I know your court is a lot bigger. I was there today and had a good look at it. And possibly Public Works can make an exception and put parking on the outside of the court. That might work. I don't know. We'll let the experts deal with that. But I look at these petitions and I get the impression they don't want any no parking, and that's not going to happen. Yeah, no, I know you didn't say that, but I'm just looking at the.
Maybe I worded it.
No, it wasn't you. It was the letters we got from the street. I was under the impression they didn't want any parking, but.
The ones that I had written up?
The ones that are coming up later in the agenda.
So it was the petitions that you had circulated.
Lost me here.
That's okay.
That's okay. It's fine. As long as there's parking on one side of the street, we really don't care what side it is. So we leave it for the experts to decide, and they'll have a look at it for you and give us a report, and we'll vote on it.
I appreciate you, sir, what you've done for this parking on both sides, because it is dangerous. Because I can go to the street, one south of us, where the cars parked on both sides when they're getting the kids off to school. And I've said many times, if a fire truck comes down here, they're done. So my hat's off to you. Thank you very much.
And it sounds like Mr. Koslak will connect with you and arrange a time to do a site visit. Same with you, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor Post. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Melissa Visser, planner for MHBC Planning. I believe she is online. There she is.
Yep.
Over to you.
Hello.
Through you, Mayor Post. I'm just here in support of the zoning bylaw amendment for 330 Blind Line. I don't have anything prepared, but if you have any questions when the item comes up, I'm available for any comments. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. We will move into staff reports then. We'll start with item 12.1, which is the lease agreement for Armstrong Street parking lot. The recommendation is that report CMS-2023-005 lease agreement Armstrong Street parking lot be received, and that council approve the 3-year lease agreement between Lutilium Inc. and the town of Orangeville for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2025, and that council pass a bylaw to enter into an agreement and to authorize mayor and clerk to execute the agreement and any other documents required to complete the transaction. Can I have a motion? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Andrews, questions or comments about this item? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. 12.2 is the proposed program to provide free menstrual products in town facilities. The recommendation is that report CMS-2023-7 proposed program to provide free menstrual products in town facilities be received, and that staff be authorized to procure and install product dispensers to provide free menstrual products in washroom facilities operated by the town as selected by staff, and that the one-time installation and branding costs of $6,257 be funded through the facilities, materials, and supplies operating budget, and that the 2023 annual expense of $10,950 to administer and implement the program is funded through the tax stabilization reserve, and that staff be directed to include the future annual expense to administer and implement the program into the 2024 budget for consideration by council. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Prendergast, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Questions or comments? Seeing that, Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to thank the town staff for their very concise, well thought out and balanced report on this matter. And just thank you very much for investigating this fully.
Thanks, Councillor Prendergast. Was there additional questions or comments from council? And I will call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 12.3 is the Out of the Cold program. The recommendation is that report CMS-2023-8 Out of the Cold program service agreement be received, and that the one-time operating cost of $11,000 to fund 50% of the Out of the Cold program be funded through the community grant program, and that council pass a bylaw to enter into an agreement with Choices Youth Shelter for the Out of the Cold program services, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the agreement on behalf of the corporation of the town of Orangeville. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Questions or comments? Councillor Sherwood, and then Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, through you to Ms. Savage, it's just a slight technical tweaking that needs to be done in the agreement. There's references in the agreement of being Choices Youth Shelter. That has been a visual name they've used, but the technical name is Dufferin Youth Shelter. So if you want the agreement to correspond with how the organization is legally registered, if you could amend the documents, please. And there's different spots throughout the agreement where it'll say Dufferin Shelter and it's missing youth. So if we could just tweak it'll say Choice Shelter instead of, but anyhow, if you could tweak it to say Dufferin Youth Shelter. And I see the motion's already been put. I was going to put the motion, but it's already put through. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Deputy Mayor, sorry, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So a couple things. I think this benevolent program, I think it means well and whatnot. My concern again is I still fundamentally disagree with us funding these things. This should be a county initiative. This should be coming out of the county budget. We are being double taxed or double charged. And I know it's a benevolent thing, so it's not the issue. It's where we're paying it from. And that's my piece on this. And then my comment would be is when this year is up, and I did email Ms. Savage on the weekend. When this is done, I would like to understand. So we're committing to, as I read this, $11,000 for this season, and then potentially continuing on with the $30,000. I'll be very interested in the postmortem on this to understand whether or not this is right. I question whether it is, and if we're going to spend taxpayers' money, that's my right as a councillor to do that. People can say I don't care for the groups. That's not the case. It's just, I'm not sure we're spending our money in a proper way on this initiative. And then the last piece I would say is, I still don't understand the lease agreement, and I'm sorry that I'm slow and I don't grasp it, but it says the term is March 6, 2023 to April 1st, 2023. And then we're going to enter into negotiations. So I just don't grasp it. I'm sorry.
Ms. Savage.
Through you, Mayor Post, to Deputy Mayor Taylor. So the lease agreement will officially cover the season in which has already been implemented. The 5 beds at the Choices Youth Shelter was available to anyone for March and April. And now we have the opportunity through the agreement to extend that agreement for up to, I believe, 3 more years. That's where the continued conversation is going to happen. So in Q2, I will meet with representatives from the county and from Dufferin Youth Shelter, and we're going to continue that conversation. Then we'll report back to council by the fall and lay out the plan and the funding that's required to continue the program. Having council sign the agreement today as is, it allows us to continue with the same agreement moving forward if it is approved by council that we want to continue with the program.
Was there any additional questions or comments? Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you. So just to clarify, this will ensure that at the beginning of next winter, we'll be able to start the Out of the Cold program as soon as it drops below -15.
Yes, this will come forward with the budget process, so their conversations will be ready to go by September.
Okay.
So that when it's cold, we can start it if that's what we choose.
No red tape, just we're good to go.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll make those decisions during the budget process on how much we want to fund, and the discussions will be how much the county is funding as well. So this just makes sure that this year is taken care of.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Your worship, through you, just to Councillor Prendergast, this isn't based on temperature. You had mentioned about -15. It isn't based on temperature. It's running for every night during a specific period of time. So it is possible that they may even have to open in December of this year, but it isn't based on weather conditions. It's just as the weather starts to get colder.
Perfect. Was there other questions or comments? Seeing none, we've got a mover and a seconder. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 12.4 is the Orangeville Fire Station Progress Report. The recommendation is that report CMS-2023-009 Orangeville Fire Station Progress Report be received, and that council directs staff to continue with the design and construction of the fire station to non-net zero standards, and that staff report back to council with a status update, including estimated costs once the project has been tendered. Can I have a motion to put that on the floor? Councillor Andrews, and seconded by Councillor McIntosh. Do we have questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think this is starting to be a bad deal. I think we're in a lot of trouble, and I think we should stop what we're doing, and I think we should pause, and I think we should understand what the pool is costing, and I think we should understand what the library on Mill Street is costing, and I think we should understand what the costs are on this, and then I think we should have a conversation and regroup. I think this is ill-advised to continue down the road at this point. We are not in a position where we're saying no to the fire hall. The fire hall, we have land. We know we need a fire hall. I'm just suggesting that we should regroup and regroup quickly once we have all the facts. And we don't have all the facts right now.
Ms. Savage, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Mayor Post. We could go through the exercise with our finance team. One of the challenges is predicting cost. So we know that estimates are going up. Until we tender a project, that's when we are going to know the true cost of these projects. We have an idea. We're working with our finance groups. We're working with our contractors. We have experts helping us out. The architect on the fire hall has done projects like this before, so we can forecast some of these prices. But bigger picture, I would defer to finance to take us through an exercise where we can figure out the true cost of all of these items. The other challenge is that if you choose to delay this project, it means construction will be delayed and the cost of construction will go up.
Okay. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. Sorry, I'm trying to toggle between two screens. I similarly had a bit of a problem with the staff recommendation because they're basically recommending to get things going quicker to miss out on an opportunity to get some free money. Is that how I'm reading the report? So the way I look at it is if there's an opportunity to get a low interest loan, and some of the conditions are that we get some grant money or free money, then we should be taking that even if it does delay the project. Or am I misunderstanding this?
I don't think it's so much about the delay, it's about the additional cost. So in order to qualify for that low interest loan, the additional cost is $10 million in and around, which would be above and beyond the money that we'd be spending on a non-net zero, because that would be requiring us to be net zero. But I'll turn over to Ms. Savage.
Thank you, Mayor. Opposed to you, Councillor Sherwood. So when we were going through the second phase of the application, we were made aware that it wasn't a grant, it was a low interest loan, which you had mentioned. So we are considered a high priority project. We are eligible for $10 million, which going net zero with the fire station will cost us at least $10 million in net zero as we apply a net zero lens. And then you would receive 1.5 million in a grant. But even at that financial threshold, our debt to equity ratio becomes compromised. And maybe I could turn it over to Mandeep, Ms. Judge, to speak a little bit about that.
Mandeep, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mayor Post. Yes, as Ms. Savage said, it would, taking on the additional debt would put us in not the ideal situation when it comes to debt to equity ratio. And that's not to say that we don't have room to take on additional debt. However, as council is aware, there are other projects which may require additional financing as well due to additional costs that are coming in. And so that's why it was recommended to not take on the additional debt.
And just as a
follow-up, yeah.
Just as a follow-up, I think back when I first got elected in 2018 and I got my first capital project and I saw the figure for a new fire hall of being $8 million. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a lot of money, $8 million. And now I look here 5 years later and we're looking at 16 to potentially $28 million. And that just absolutely blows my mind. So this is a real hard one to decide on. Like, I'm with you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. I'm struggling with this. Like, when I think about, like I say, just the difference between 5 years ago, 8 million to 16 million. This is a hard one, it really is.
Deputy Mayor.
If I may, everyone, fellow councillors, I'm not suggesting anything revolutionary at this point. I'm just suggesting we wait. We know there's a report coming on the pool. We know we're going to hear at some point on the library. We're talking 4 to 6 weeks and we have the whole picture. That's all I'm suggesting is let's just hold on this decision tonight. Let's do nothing and let's wait until we have these reports in our hands. And then we can have a fulsome discussion.
Councillor Stevens.
Through you, Your Worship, I 100% agree. I'm really worried, what the next 6 weeks is going to bring to us.
Ms. Landry?
Just picking up on what Deputy Mayor Taylor has indicated, if council so wishes, they could refer it back to staff until such time as that additional information is available and report at that time.
Okay. Was there any additional questions or comments? Do we just need a motion? Do we need to withdraw the motion on the floor? Okay. Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no problem waiting a few weeks. Just keep in mind, the fire hall is not a want, it's a need. Some of these other items that we're fixing now are probably wants more than needs, but we do need a new fire hall. So however we have to do it, and we do have some money sitting in the bank. I don't want to use it for that, but we do have money sitting there, and this is a need, not a want. Thank you.
Okay, so we will withdraw the motion from the floor, which I believe was Councillor McIntosh who moved it. Oh, Councillor Andrews who moved it. So I'll just need you to withdraw that. Okay. And the new motion would be to just refer this item back to staff. So Councillor Andrews, and you're still good as a seconder. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We will have that come back to staff in 4 to 6 weeks, hopefully. Okay, so item 12.5 is new businesses in Orangeville. Recommendation is that report CMS 2023-10, new businesses in Orangeville, December 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023 be received. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Prendergast. Any questions or comments? Councillor Andrews.
As I've done so, and I'm going to do so very quickly, I'm so encouraged by those that have started new businesses, have invested in our community, even up from the last report, including the number of home-based businesses. So thank you for investing in our community, and we look forward to further investment in the coming months as well.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Was there any other questions or comments? I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. 12.6 is the bylaw enforcement update. The recommendation is that report CPS 2023-30 bylaw enforcement update be received and that council approve revised service hours as follows. April 1st to November 30th would be Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Saturdays 10 to 5. December 1st to March 31st would be Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Saturdays 10 to 5, and overnight winter parking enforcement. Can I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Prendergast. Questions or comments? Councillor Stevens.
So I'm just going to throw it right out there. I'm opposed to the new hours. I think we need bylaw enforcement in the evenings. We're a commuter town. A lot of residents come home. We have no parking on streets. You know, that is a hot topic. And I think we need bylaw out there in the evenings, as we presently have.
Any additional questions or comments? Maybe Ms. Khan, you can comment on that.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The rationale for recommending updated hours to reduce the nighttime hours during the week and then reducing Sundays or not having hours on Sundays is really based on data. So prior to this point in time, we didn't have a system such as our SeeClickFix system that allows us to manage complaints and track where our time is spent and what our volume of complaints are. And so that has allowed us to realize that almost 80% of all of the complaints that we deal with come in during daytime hours. And it also allows us to understand that the types of complaints and matters that we deal with are things that are better dealt with during daytime hours. That is not to say that for special initiatives such as one side of the street parking enforcement, which we know will be a priority for the town in the next while, that we can't organize enforcement activities outside of these times. And our team is very well aware of that and very eager to do that as required, absolutely, to support the initiatives of the town. So it is based on what we have seen in the almost 2 years of data that we have available to us, but also recognizing that there will be times where we need to be flexible to allow for additional enforcement activity, such as to support one side of the street parking.
And just as an additional point, this doesn't reduce service levels at all. It just changes the time. So it will give the opportunity for more bylaw enforcement officers to be able to be out and enforcing when we get the most complaints at school time pickups where there's parking on the streets that's not being enforced. This gives them the opportunities to have the manpower to be able to do that. Was there any additional questions or comments? Oh, Debbie, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. So my thought on this is if we remove bylaw enforcement for those hours, we are then shifting that onto OPP because people will then start calling the police. That then puts our calls to service up when we're on the billing model, and that ends up costing us more. So I'm in line with Mr. Stevens in a way that, or Councillor Stevens, that we should keep those after hour bylaw officers because in the long run, it's going to be cheaper.
Ms. Khan, do you have a comment? And then I'll turn over to Deputy Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, through your worship. So it really is based on the data that we have compiled. So if we look at the chart in the report, it shows that out of about 1,600 complaints in the last 2 years, really 120 of them, 7.4% of those complaints were received after 4:30. So if there is, and not all of that are things that the OPP would deal with, like property issues, boulevard issues. Those are things that we would deal with exclusively and are not emergency matters in nature. They can wait till the next business day. Of course, if it's not a life safety issue, to make that clear. So I don't really foresee there being a really big shift in terms of a burden placed on the OPP in this regard, because we haven't seen the volume of complaints substantiate that to date.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar comments. The OPP are benevolent. They're here for our safety. They're here to help us and protect us. They do not have the time to look into our bylaw complaints on a regular basis. They will help us if we require, for sure. That's their jobs. But they're not going to come around and enforce what our clerk was, talking about. I'm in agreement with you, is what I'm trying to say. They just won't come around. What I would like to say is, and the clerk and I, we had a discussion prior to this meeting, and I was asking similar questions, like, could we eventually expand the hours, or would we talk about potentially having more people involved in the bylaw area and servicing in that way? And maybe I could just throw it back to you, and you could explain to everybody what you just explained to me prior to this meeting in terms of that, because I think it's helpful.
Yes, absolutely, through your worship, to the Deputy Mayor. So yes, we did have that discussion. It is my belief that our current staff complement is enough to do what we need to do based on what we know to be the types of matters that we deal with and the volume that we deal with. We are currently in the recruitment process for a legislative coordinator who will be 50% devoted to supporting the bylaw group, and that will be a really great assistance with respect to intake and doing a lot of the administrative and preparatory work for court. I think that will really assist our bylaw officers to be outward facing. Bylaw officers, a couple of bylaw officers right now also have licensing responsibilities. Maybe there's an opportunity to look at that as well in future to see where we can allocate resources accordingly within the bylaw group and within the general clerk's division to allow for space with respect to bylaw resourcing if required. I don't believe as though our staff complement really is lacking to be able to deal with the volume that we have right now. And really this report is about being able to better use our resourcing that we have and dedicate them to the times that we really need them to be on, and not in the times that we're really not that needed, and that's substantiated by the data.
Wonderful. And in addition, the data collection process will still continue, and if there's changes and shifts in the trends, that you'll come back with a new report. Ms. Khan?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Mayor. So yes, it is our plan to, of course, continue to track. Now that we have it, we're not letting it go. It's really, really helpful, even for our internal reporting and tracking. So it is a tool that we have found to be extremely helpful, and we'll continue to leverage and expand as we can into the future. And as I mentioned in the report, with the OSPCA getting out of the animal control business, if I can put it that way, that will also prompt another discussion in 24 with respect to service levels and what the expectation of the community will be, because that will have an impact on the bylaw enforcement group. So that will also be an opportunity to look at this again and have a good reassessment to see if adjustments need to be made.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Was there any last comments? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. And this was brought to me by a resident. He's had two different answers to a question, and his question was, is it complaint based that you write tickets, or is it also patrol? So he's been told both. It's only complaint based, and it's obviously a bit of both. So
Ms. Khan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is actually indeed both. It is both. So we do proactive overnight winter parking enforcement. That is a program that has been very successful in the town, and a requirement to allow for making sure that our snowplows can get through the roads, and making sure that people are not parking overnight, and those sorts of things. That is a proactive parking enforcement measure. Our officers will also do 2-hour parking along Broadway, because we know that that's important for the businesses in the downtown core. But it is also complaint-based. If neighbors sometimes complain about there being a car parked on their street for too long, so we can go and investigate that. Or if there is perhaps a trailer that's too big that's parked on a road, there are sizing restrictions for what can be parked on the road, so it can be complaint-based as well. But it is something that it is constantly on our radar. And yes, our officers will also patrol for things like school parking enforcement.
Mostly parking is where we have the proactive. Everything else is pretty much complaint driven. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Khan. You and I had this discussion, but I just wanted to get you to voice this to the public, that are the viewing public. You assured me that no staff will be losing their jobs or getting reduction in any work hours commitment, that they, it'll stay status quo. This wasn't an operational cost cutting measure.
Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that is correct. That is not at all the intent behind this report. It is really about using the great staff resources that we have in order to enable them to do the work during the time that we need them to do the work. It's really about an allocation of resources to do what we need to do.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. I just wanted this public to know that no one was losing their jobs over this.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? We will call the vote. All in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Stevens is opposed. Next up, we have the financing leases outstanding 2022. The recommendation is that report CPS 2023-31 financing leases outstanding 2022 be received. Can I have a motion? Councillor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Prendergast. Questions or comments on this item? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. 12.8 is the annual statement of development charges 2022. The recommendation is that report CPS 2023-32 annual statement of development charges 2022 be received. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor McIntosh. Any questions or comments? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Update on townwide parking is the next item up. Recommendation is that report INS 2023-20, update on townwide parking on one side of local streets be received, and that council adopt the parking restrictions as outlined in Schedule A, Attachment 1 to this report, and that a bylaw be authorized to update the current traffic bylaw 078-2005 to incorporate the parking restrictions as outlined in Schedule A, Attachment 1 to this report. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments? Councillor Stevens.
thank you. I didn't see all the streets. Was it just part of it, or did I miss part of this? Like I didn't see the whole report, like not all the streets were covered.
Mr. Koslek? We're all on the report.
Really?
Yeah.
I could not see it. Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Koslek?
I apologize then.
Yeah, through your worship, they should all be on the report. We had highlighted a few of the key roads where changes have been made, including Gooseberry and a few other streets. But that has been done in the appendix, and we'll have that as part of the bylaw to update it.
Okay. I'm not sure what happened then, but I did not see them.
No problem. Any additional questions? Deputy Mayor.
Maybe it's a question, maybe it's a statement, we'll see. But I just want to make sure we're going to go through this, and I appreciate staff's work and council's work because there is exceptions to the rule, and I think we saw that tonight with the residents coming. Makes a lot of sense to talk about this as we go. So glad about all this. The next step, though, once we get this passed, I still just want to make sure we're all on the same page. The next one is time limits, because we are just kicking a can down a road here, and we're going to be in August, and I guarantee everybody's going to be calling about cars that don't move, right? So that's the next piece. And I know we agreed that we would step change it, but I just want to make sure we're still doing this. We're going to get this done with times parking.
Mr. Koslak, just want to clarify that that's still on your radar to come after this beast is done.
Yep, through your worship, we're going to be looking at that. And also just to let the council know that we are finalizing the installation of the signs. It'll probably be done. It'll still probably take another 4 weeks. They're working on the south side of the tracks, trying to get it all in quite quickly at putting them up. So we should be done in May with all the signs.
And just for the public's knowledge, for anybody who has additional concerns coming forward on their street, is there a best path that they should relay their concerns to? Mr. Koslak?
Yeah, through your worship, we do have our communications group that they can reach out to, and they pass along any comments to us. Or they can feel free to email town staff themselves, and we can follow up with them any concerns they may have.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Koslak. And for everybody, it's info@orangeville.ca would be the email address you can send those concerns to. Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Worship. Mr. Koslak just answered my question. I wanted to know when the balance of the 35% of the signs were going up, so I didn't get my hand lowered quick enough. Thank you for being on the ball.
Was there any additional questions or comments? Councillor Prendergast.
Hi, thank you. I enjoyed listening to the earlier delegation from the gentleman that resides on Jackson Court. He brought up a good point. For those of us that live on courts, myself included, that will have no parking in the cul-de-sac, when we have guests come over or arrive, would the town consider temporary passes or something of that nature? So we might be allowed temporary parking for guests if we're having a party or an event. As such, reviewing the reports previously, there wasn't really any data to substantiate any previous incidences of emergency vehicles not being able to access, homes on the court or any courts for that nature. So I was just wondering, just thinking ahead to summertime, this might be an issue for those residents. And it's only really a small handful of people that are affected in town. And it might be kind of an outlier, but just something to consider.
Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, it's something we can look at. I think most of the neighboring roads beside the courts do have parking. I know with Jackson Court, you have Amelia not too far away, which is a little bit of a distance if people are in a wheelchair or that, but typically there is parking in the area. And it's one of the things we're trying to look at. I know there has been concerns talking to some of the staff about emergency vehicles going through. And I guess if there's a fire, it's hard if they allow temporary parking in the area because you never know what's going to happen. I was talking to somebody earlier today who lived on a court, and he said, well, everybody knows not to park on a Tuesday on the court because otherwise the garbage truck can't get through. But it's one of those things, we don't know when a fire is going to happen or different things, but we are trying to look at it because that's been one of the concerns. People have said, where can I park and what can we do? So we're trying to look at that. And we're also looking at bringing a report later in the summer about parking in some of the courts where there is parking stalls in the center of the court, similar to Paula Court. So we're looking at ways so we can have parking in some of the courts over the winter time. Maybe we do alternating days so there's an opportunity to clean the parking spots, but we're going to bring that back as a report in the summer because that has been a comment we've heard from people about the lack of parking in some of the courts.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you. Mr. Koshilak said some of the things I was going to say. As far as temporary passes, as long as we know there's not going to be a fire that day, we could probably issue quite a few of them, but we don't know when these things happen. Emergencies happen all times, and I've witnessed not being able to get a fire truck down a road, and it's not a good sight and it's not a good feeling. So that's why I made this motion 3 or 4 years ago to have one side of the street parking, because it's a safety issue. It's not to inconvenience the public, it is a safety issue, and that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. Councillor Stevens.
Just through your worship, can we just get the date of when they're going to start officially issuing tickets?
Mr. Koslak or Mr. Jalise?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are working, I can't give you an exact date, unfortunately, Councillor Stevens. We are working with bylaw enforcement almost on a daily basis. And certainly when that starts to happen, we will work with communications to make sure the message gets out to the public.
Thank you. That was my question.
Any additional questions or comments? Councillor Sherwood, your hand is still up. Sorry, you're off screen now.
Yeah, sorry. through you to Mr. Deleuze, or maybe even Mrs. Khan, have warning notices been given out already?
Ms. Khan?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Sherwood, they have. Communications is really great with putting together a little information flyer that is being placed on the windshields of cars that are parked in those locations, just to let them know that you're not getting a ticket today, but this will be an area that is has prohibited parking. So in the future, please don't park here.
So it's like a little flyer. It doesn't look like an actual ticket. It's a flyer or something.
So it's the size of a ticket, but it says this is not a ticket as the first thing, and it's very colorful, so the people can distinguish it quite quickly. Yes.
And it does give the email for the town as well, so that if anybody does have concerns, they can contact.
Ms. Khan, would you mind sharing a copy of that sample of us so that we can see what residents are getting?
Yes, absolutely. That's not a problem, Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. I'll just call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 1210 is an update on uncommitted water supply capacity. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-21, update on uncommitted water supply capacity, be received. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and Deputy Mayor. Councillor Andrews, question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Read this with a lot of interest, and as I highlighted this previously with a delegation, on one hand, this report provides me with some clarity on our situation as for water supply, but it also ends up scaring me a little bit. And I think that might be an understatement. When you hear that the possibility of wells not providing long-term viability, the amount of cubic meters has decreased over a number of decades. What are we foreseeing here? And I know that we have, as a council, the previous council, committed to the pool and well, and we know that that is still some time away because of a lot of different factors that are, in fact, applied to that development. I think the authors of this report, I thank you for being candid, and I'm just concerned. So, Mr. Koselleck, should we as a council be concerned? We do have pending developments that are certainly very much in the process, and every additional unit, property that comes online is potentially depleting our water supply. And are there alternative ways of looking at this severity if it is a concern?
Mr. Koselleck?
Through your worship, it's one of the things we wanted to do the annual report to give a real update on the status of the wells. A number of our wells were installed in the 1960s, and I guess anything built in the 1960s, it has some creaks and groans and needs a little bit of repair. So that's one of the things we're looking at doing. We're doing a well capacity study. It'll be started probably in the next month or two. So we want to have a consultant come in, evaluate the wells to determine what we can do to gain back some of the capacity. One of the big wells we have is number 6. It's, I think, dropped to about 15% of its original capacity. So we're going to look at options with that one separately to possibly re-drill the well in a different location in the area. So we want to try and have somebody look at it. What can we do to gain capacity back in the wells? And we also want to look at future sites. I think with the work we're doing on the Pullen well is showing it takes about 3 or 4 years once you really get going to get the well up and running. So we want to try and get a couple other wells in the pipeline. So that's one of the things we want to try and look for going forward to see if we can find a few new sites and have those built into our capital program to install them over the next probably 3 to 5 years. One of the interesting graphs, and actually maybe after I'll turn it over to Tim Thompson, he's a water compliance person. He can give a little bit of an overview, probably better than I can. But one of the charts that are shown in the graph in the document, it shows the supply from each of the wells. And if you notice, well 5 and 5A are about, I think it was 40% of our water supply. So if something happens to those are really a problem for our water capacity. So that's why we'd like to have a little bit more redundancy in the system and look at gaining capacity in the existing wells and also plan for the future for new wells. And if Tim's available, maybe I'll ask him to give a little bit of an overview of the report for council.
Mr. Thompson, I'll turn over to you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and to council. Yes, when I was putting the report together, I tried to provide an overview from soup to nuts, like everything that we're under consideration now for our water supply system. And yes, it can be concerning. Unfortunately, wells, they do age, and they are not 100% reliable. Sometimes things happen. I know our original well 2 failed all of a sudden, and we had to drill a new well. With well 6, what we're finding is the capacity of that well has been severely depleted over the years. It was drilled in 1964 and sat until 1975, and it's been pumping and doing yeoman service for the town since 1975. But just to give you maybe a bit of background on how the wells operate and what's happening to them is, if you think of the underground aquifer and the rock aquifer that we draw our water from, in that aquifer, there are small sands and gravels and small particulate that over the years get drawn towards the point of pumping. And as that particulate and the fine materials get drawn in towards the well, it starts to plug up the fractures in the well in the immediate area of the well. And one of the things we can do to counteract that is to do what's called well development. And that can involve airlifting, acidizing, pumping, etc., to try and restore some of that capacity. But it's sort of the law of diminishing returns. You can only do that so many times, and you'll never get back to where you were in originally. And that's unfortunately what we're seeing with some of our wells, particularly well 6 is the big one. When I started with the town, it pumped at 41 liters a second. It's now down to 16 liters a second due to lost capacity and increased turbidity, which again is that fine particulate that can come in and gather around the well and cause increased turbidity. And one of the things I wanted to stress in the report was well 5 and 5A is our water gold mine. That is a well that provides 40% sometimes of the town's water, but it is in susceptible shallow overburden. And what we're seeing now is a slight decline in those water levels there from 2017 because of the lost capacity we've experienced at some of the other wells. So well 5 and 5A are having to make up for that lost capacity, but they're still holding their own. They're still at 100%. But I just wanted to emphasize that the process to bringing on a new supply is quite lengthy, and we want to make sure that we're always looking towards the next step when it comes to sourcing new supplies. Unfortunately, Poland Well has taken longer than I think perhaps people initially envisioned a few years back. A lot of that has to do with the new source water protection regulations that are in place. And surprisingly, in our conversations with the Ministry of the Environment and some of the conservation authorities, we're one of the first municipalities to bring a new well source on in the province under some of these new ground source water protection policies. So it's slowed the whole process down, and unfortunately, it's taken longer to bring that well online. So I wanted to give an honest to goodness summary of what we're looking at. I don't think there's any cause for panic. It's just, let's be aware of what's happening out there and take the necessary steps so that as we go forward, our well supplies are secured and we do have that ability to allocate water for new development. So that's what I hope that the report had done.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Councillor Andrews has a quick follow-up, and then Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I do. Mr. Thompson, thank you for your detailed response, and I do really thank you for that. A quick question regarding the well, the Poland Well. Best case scenario, when do you think it may end up potentially be online? And I have just one other quick question as well.
Mr. Thompson?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Andrews, I think we're still probably looking at about 3 years until we can actually start pumping water from that well and discharging it into the system. We have some additional monitoring that we need to do, and that's going to involve some more pump testing and longer term monitoring. And by longer term, I mean perhaps a year to go through a full season of winter and summer. And initially, what we're hoping is in about 3 years that well will come online at about 25 liters per second, and ultimately be extended to 42 liters per second. Again, there's no guarantee on that 42, and we do have that commitment to Haymarket and Valley Grove to supply them water regardless of whether Poland is online or not. But
thank you.
Initially 3 years.
Timeline that hopefully we can all live with. And lastly, looking at parts of your report, you did mention the word, and I'm hoping I'm correct, some rationing. Is that correct? Where there may be points within, say, a dry summer, we may have to look at ways of informing residents to maybe not water their lawns on certain days or certain weeks. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Andrews, that's correct. I think we like to sort of keep all of our tools available to us. My understanding is that the lawn watering bylaw is going to be coming up for review, and I suggested in the report that perhaps the town might want to look at a bit more restrictive lawn watering bylaw. Instead of the odd and even, we may want to go to something like once a week on garbage day. That would help. And then there's also a report coming up, I believe, next that talks about the truck fill station at the operations center.
Yes.
And perhaps ceasing the sale of that water as well. So there are steps that we can take. I think the water is something that has to be carefully managed. And when it is carefully managed, it will work for us. We just have to make sure that we're keeping an eye on it and monitoring it.
Not only from a town perspective of water management, but a residential management as well.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So the commentary was just taken from me on one of my questions here about 5. I guess the only thing is a 0.5 on page 5. If we ever decide to do that with the once a week and the garbage collection example, I mean, the amount of public information that will have to be available to implement something like that, that'll be wickedly unpopular, and they'll have to understand what the circumstances are before we do something like that. Other piece is whenever we're talking about problems along these lines, I always like to understand like what's worst case, what's best case. And in terms of the water supply, you've done a really nice job of understanding it. But in terms of solve, you kind of wonder, like we're talking about wells and going forward. And lots of times when you're knocking on doors, people want to understand how large can the town get and what are the issues with it. And the line for me has always been, well, we don't have the water, we don't have the sewage. And if we were to get the water, you'd have to put a pipe in. And I think about Milton. Just would you know if you went to a wicked solve along those lines, what would that look like if you put a pipe in, and how many people and how much money? And I'm sure it's absolutely prohibitive, but it's something like that.
Do you want to tackle that one? Nothing like being put on the spot.
Through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Taylor, I know way back there was talk about the pipeline. Everybody called it the big pipe. And I think the intention was initially that it might come from Collingwood. They were talking tens of millions of dollars to bring that to Orangeville, and it was just something that was never seriously considered. I think that the thing to keep in mind with the wells is that I think we always have to be looking at the next source. We have an aquifer. We have aquifers in this area that are capable of supplying the water to us. It's the legislative loophole or hoops that we have to jump through. So I think if we look after our water system, it'll look after us. And I think once Poland gets on, it's going to make things a lot better because it will provide us with quite a bit of surplus. So the sooner we can get that well online, the better. And then hopefully the well 6 issue will take care of itself as well. And we can ease off a bit on the well 5 and 5A. So it's not something that was ever seriously considered because of the cost. There was also implications about, well, if you have unlimited water supply, how big is Orangeville going to get? And that was also something that was talked about.
Mr. Thompson, does that cover all your questions, Deputy Mayor? Was there any additional questions or comments from anyone? Then I will call the vote. We've got it moved and seconded on the floor. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Up next is 1211, which is the bulk water station at 500 Sea Line. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-22, bulk water station at 500 Sea Line be received, and that council authorize staff to discontinue the sale of bulk water at 500 Sea Line effective November 6, 2023, and that council provide direction to increase the cost of bulk water to $6 per cubic meter effective May 8, 2023. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Prendergast. Questions or comments on this item? Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Sandhu. I see, I did the math that we're looking at, approximately $44,000 in lost revenue. And I'm in favor of the rate increase. My question to you is, are we then taking away a service that we're providing directly to our residents? Or do we know that most of this water is being used by our residents, or is it being trucked out of town? And the second question is, if we don't offer the bulk water service to those truckers, where's the closest place they can get that water?
Mr. Sandhu, I'll turn it over to you. If you just want to turn on the mic, it's not on the delegate station there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Sherwood. In terms of the water being used in the town itself, we cannot determine that, but what I can determine that is we have 105 accounts. That does not mean that we have 105 companies coming in on a daily basis to take the water away from the station. Each company may have more than one truck, some may have 5. So in all, we have 105 truck accounts. And the nearest bulk water station, I would say, is in Beaton, in New Tecumseh, on Side Road 10, I believe. It starts with the reservoir. The reservoir name starts with the M like McKelvey. It's not coming to the back of my mind. That would be the nearest bulk water station. And did I answer the question, or there was another question too?
So through you, Your Worship, just to follow up. So there is no data to support that we're withdrawing services that's going to directly impact our Orangeville residents, and also that there is alternates that are within a reasonable range. So have any of the trucking companies that are currently using this, knowing this is coming down the pipe, have they expressed any type of objection to it?
Mr. Sandhu?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Sherwood, we have not reached out at staff level yet to the trucking companies. The plan is, depending on how the council votes on this report, we will immediately be putting up a sign at the Well 11 treatment facility indicating the gist of this report. And that will be one of the primary and the most immediate means of messaging. Plus, we have asked for some time between today and May 8th. At the staff level, we will reach out to those trucking companies who haul bulk water from the station, letting them know what's coming.
Thank you. Was there additional questions for members of council? No, seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 12.12 is Edgewood Valley Phase 2B rezoning decision recommendation. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-23 Edgewood Valley Phase 2B rezoning decision recommendation RZ 2023-1 be received, and that zoning bylaw amendment application number RZ-2023-01 be approved, and that council pass the bylaw included as attachment number 3 to amend zoning bylaw number 22-90 as amended with respect to the Edgewood Valley Phase 2B draft approved plan of subdivision. To number 1, rezone certain lands to residential fourth density R4 zone with special provisions SP 24.336, 24-337, 24.338, and 24.339 with a holding symbol. And number 2, to amend site-specific zone standards of the multiple residential medium density RM1 zone with special provision SP 24-2026. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stevens. It's too late for such a long one. Was there questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 1213 is 6th 3rd Avenue, a residential demolition permit. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-24, 6th 3rd Avenue residential permit application RD 2022-04 be received, and that the residential demolition permit application for 6th 3rd Avenue be approved, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that the applicant allows Heritage Orangeville access to the subject property to document the existing structure and any existing historical elements on the property prior to demolition. Number 2, that the owner salvages for reuse any significant architectural artifacts or building materials as may be identified by Heritage Orangeville and provides such artifacts to the town or to the Museum of Dufferin if requested. And number 3, that the applicant constructs and substantially completes the new dwelling to be erected on the subject property no later than 2 years from the date of issuance of the demolition permit. And finally, that a construction waste management plan be implemented by the developer. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. 1214 is 330 Blind Line. The recommendation is that report INS 2023-25, 330 Blind Line, recommendation report RZ 2022-03 be received, and that zoning bylaw amendment application RZ 2022-03 be approved, and that council pass a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 22-90 as amended to rezone part of the east half of Lot 3, Concession 3, west of Huron Ontario Street, Part 1, Reference Plan 7R-4513, Town of Orangeville, County of Dufferin, municipally known as 330 Blind Line, from D zone withholding symbol to residential second density zone, and to residential second density zone with special provision 24.234 to retain the existing single detached dwelling and permit one additional single detached dwelling included as attachment number 3 to this report. Can I have a motion, please? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Was there questions or comments on this item? Councillor Stevens.
Just, there's a lot of residents in the area that are still worried about the trees. So we just need to be mindful and remind that, you know, as many less trees you can not cut down would be great.
Larissa, can I turn it over to you? Any questions or comments on that one, or can you comment on that one?
Yes, I can comment on that through you, Madam Mayor. Staff have recommended that a 1-to-1 replacement ratio be implemented at the time of the consent application, which will be a future requirement of the property.
Councillor Stevens? Yep.
At what height?
So we do have some standards in which we require trees to be planted. I believe it's a 60 caliper tree, if I'm recalling correctly. So it's not necessarily a height, it's a the stem width or the stem diameter of the tree.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I just wanted to advise council that this applicant did come to Heritage Orangeville because of the heritage building beside, and the owner did take on a significant study that also involved, I believe they hired an arborist, and a lot of the trees in there are of 100 years of age, but are in grave condition and need thinning out anyway. So we've been told that even though it looks like there's going to be a lot taken away because of construction, in actual fact, some of them need removed anyway, but that there will be a replacement plan, and we were assured of that.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood, for that update. Was there any additional questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess just for me, the learning when you go through these developments on lots that are treed is what you're promised and then what happens after the construction is not always true. And I'm not suggesting anybody here is dishonest. I guess I'd just like to track it in some sort of way. And is there a way for us to police it and make sure that these are protected? And I think we're all past names, but this council's learned lots of things. And at one point we thought a property that we had agreed to approve, that there was a buffer that was going to be kept there of a whole bunch of trees. And then we all woke up one day and all those trees were gone. And I just made up my mind that day that I would never sit and allow that to happen again. And so here we are on this lot, and I feel a bit helpless because I can't sit there myself and tie myself to a tree and make sure it doesn't happen. But I would really like to understand it, have it policed, have it inventoried, know what that is. Like, these are long-term pieces of our town and they shouldn't be taken out. I don't know what we do here, but.
Ms. Russell?
Through your worship, I can comment on a piece of that. We do not currently have any type of town bylaw that prohibits cutting down of trees. So we can ask for replacement. We don't necessarily have any policies to support that, nor do we have any policies to necessarily police the removal of trees.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, your worship, just site specific to this particular property. Would you like us to share the assessment that was provided to us, because it was quite a detailed report? I'm happy. I'm sure that Mr. Ward can share that with council if you so wish to see that.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood. Was there any additional questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Through your worship to our clerk. So should we be doing this with, is this something we should put on our work plan and talk about trees and have a bylaw? Like, it seems like we've learned some lessons and now we know that we don't have anything in place, right?
Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Your Worship. It is certainly at the discretion of council what you want to be on that work plan, absolutely. But in terms of the expertise in the subject matter, in terms of the drafting of that bylaw, I think that falls more to infrastructure services to comment on. But in terms of the work plan, absolutely, we can work with infrastructure services to put on there whatever is deemed appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Koslak has his hand up, so over to you.
Through your worship, as part of our urban canopy study that we're completing, we're looking at the option of having a tree preservation policy for on private property. So they're looking at doing a draft of the report probably later this summer, and then we can come forward with a policy towards the fall for that. So
excellent. Glad to see it's already on your radar. Yep. Was there any additional questions or comments? Okay, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that one's carried unanimously as well. We will move on to correspondence. There's a recommendation that the following correspondence be received. It's item 13.1, Township of Mulmer, Bill 5, 13.2 through to 13.9 are all regarding Jackson Court. Can I have a motion to receive all those correspondence items? Councillor Prendergast and Councillor Andrews, questions or comments on any of them? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We'll move into committee and board minutes. There's a recommendation that the following minutes be received. We've got minutes from Heritage Orangeville from September 15th, from the BIA from January 19th, February 1st, February 16th, Committee of Adjustment minutes from January 4th and February 1st, and Library Board meeting minutes from February 22nd. Can I have a motion to receive all of those minutes, please? Councillor Andrews and Councillor Prendergast. Questions or comments on any of the items? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And those are carried unanimously. There was no notices of motion prior to meeting. Are there any notices of motion at tonight's meeting? Seeing none, we will move into items of new business. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two quick items. First of all, I want to thank council and staff for the flowers that were sent to our household on recognition of the passing of my father-in-law. It was really a wonderful and very touching gesture, so thank you. The second is in my inbox, I ended up receiving a season ticket request for the new Orangeville Blitz hockey team. And I'm wondering if, Ms. Savage, I guess maybe you would know something about, this is a team that's going to be playing at the Alder Complex, I guess, this fall.
Ms. Savage, I'll turn it over to you.
You, Mayor Post, to Councillor Andrews. Yes, very exciting. The Orangeville Blitz, formerly known as Aaron Blitz, will be coming to Alder Arena on Saturday evenings. They have been working with our staff to find time that's available within our facilities. They're using later evening time slots, which allowed us to accommodate our other ice users, but complement what is already being offered at the arena. From what I understand, it's going to be a big deal. They are going to be selling tickets. They've reserved some area in Alder Red. There may even be some festivities like a liquor license. So it seems that it will be an all ages affair. Not the liquor part, but yes, encouraging families and residents to go out and join the new Orangeville Blitz.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that update. Councillor Prendergast.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some new business on Saturday, April 22nd on Earth Day. You are all welcome to come and plant some trees with Sustainable Orangeville and myself from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Come at 9, wear some boots, and be ready to plant some trees. If you'd like further information, it's at orangeville.ca/tree planting.
Thank you, Councillor Prendergast. Any other items of new business? Seeing none, we will move into question period. Is there any members of the public who would like to ask a question? Is there anybody on the phone, first of all? Mona, was there anybody? Okay, thank you very much. Was there anybody within the gallery who wishes to ask a question? Seeing none, we will move into bylaws. There's a recommendation that the bylaws listed below be read 3 times and finally passed. A bylaw to authorize the entering into and execution of a lease agreement with Utilium Inc. for the use of Armstrong Street parking lot as a municipal parking lot. 19.2 is the bylaw to authorize entering into and execution of a funding and service agreement with Choices Youth Shelter for the purposes of delivering the Out of the Cold program services. 19.3 is the bylaw to amend traffic bylaw 78-2005 to establish no parking on local streets within the town of Orangeville. 19.4 is a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 22-90 as amended with respect to part of the east half of lots 2 and 3, concession 3, west of Hurontario Street, town of Orangeville, county of Dufferin. 19.5 is a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 22-90 as amended with respect to part of the east half of lot 3, concession 3, west of Hurontario Street, part 1, reference plan 7R-4513, municipally known as 330 Blind Line. And 19.6 is a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of tonight's meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its closed and regular meetings. Can I have a motion for all of those? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Just as a point of clarification, just with respect to 19.2, we will be updating the bylaw that was presented in the agenda package to reflect the proper name. So just for the record and as a clarification.
Thank you very much. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And finally, a motion to adjourn. Councillor McIntosh and seconded by Councillor Prendergast. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Have a lovely evening and thank you for staying with us for the marathon meeting.